muted myself. Anyway, welcome, people. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or whatever it is that it is in your time zone right now. Today, I am Tomahawk, and today we are here to judge the judges. The California elections today are going on. The primary started. Voting centers and polls basically opened. Physical centers opened up yesterday. 2 days ago, actually. 2 days ago. May 23rd. And now the election, the primaries are now on for all of these various measures. And, you know, we've been seeing coverage of at least the gubernatorial races, and especially the Los Angeles races between Mayor Karen Bass, incumbent Karen Bass, Rahman, and Spencer Pratt, you know, in LA. And then for the gubernatorial races, we got Steve Hilton, Tom Steyer, formerly Eric Swalwell, but he got allegationed out of the race. Chad Bianco and Xavier Becerra. We have those frontrunners are going, but what's not talked about, and what I think should be talked about more, especially these days, is the judges. Who's on the docket for being voted into their bench seat as a judge? Judges don't get covered, like, at all, in any of these races, due to the fact that who really cares about the judges, right? You know, they're there to be on the bench, and they're there to judge people as they come through, whether you've gotten a traffic ticket, a speeding ticket, or whether they are the ones heading and making the final decisions for convictions or sentencing for things like homicidal cases, murder cases, manslaughter. You know, it's a wide range. And on the ballot, the people, at least in California, I don't know about anywhere else, but at least in California, the people get to have a say in who sentences their convictions and charges. So today we're going to go through that. And one of the reasons why today we're going to go through the judges, because within the last couple of years, but definitely within the last decade, we've been having a very, very large problem with the way that judges have conducted themselves in terms of who they let back onto the streets. We've been seeing more and more, and especially in places like El Salvador, where their judges were completely gotten rid of and replaced by their dictator, Nayib Bukele. And yet, for having gotten rid of all of those judges, El Salvador remains today as the safest country in South America. And yet we have people in this country, judges primarily, who they come across a convicted criminal, someone who has murdered, someone who has killed someone, who has done unspeakable things, or something as little as a traffic stop or a speeding ticket. Yet, we have on the streets people who have done so many different horrific crimes, between robbery, larceny, theft, property damage, murder, rape. Like, it's bad, like, who's on the streets right now. And judges are primarily the ones to blame in these scenarios. You have people who have 11 convictions, multiple convictions. They've gone to court. They've been arrested multiple times. They've gone to and been in front of judges multiple times with successful convictions of the crimes they have committed. And yet, they go back onto the streets. This is a problem, an issue that is getting talked about, but I don't think it's getting talked about enough. Because why is it that we live in a country that is all about laws and all about trying to treat people fairly and by the books, yet we have people with 11, 12, 13, 14 convictions, successful convictions, and they are not behind bars, but instead they are out on the streets going to commit their 15th or next crime. Now, the majority of the people that I'm about to speak about, no, not today, but who I'm referencing, are people who, while getting out on these charges, on these horrific charges, they get out on the promise that they will get better, that there are going to be resources for them when they get out that will help them to not commit another crime, that will discourage them from committing crimes in the future. They are like, these judges release these what would be career criminals who, after their third conviction of a theft, their third conviction of manslaughter or homicide, murder, like, I'm repeating these words, but they're convictions of crimes that for any civilized society would mean prison time, jail time. They don't get to have the privilege of freedom anymore because they committed something horrific. And yet, they get released on the idea that there are programs in place, social programs in place, that will help them to not commit another crime when they get out. So their sentences are reduced. What should be a 25-year sentence in jail gets reduced to like a year or maybe 6 months. Maybe not that drastic, but so a sentencing of 2 years or 3 years in prison gets lowered to a year for I don't know what reason. And it's always a judge that does it, that lays down this ruling. Not the Supreme Court, not the US Supreme Court, or even like Circuit of Appeals and stuff like that. You got a bunch of federal judges that do this. Not the Supreme Court, because they deal with the landmark cases, the cases that come in that basically shape shape policy because, this is constitutional by America, but this is not, so don't do this. Lower court judges are not under the same amount of scrutiny as the higher judges do. Court of Appeals, state Supreme Courts, federal Supreme Courts, etc. Well, I am here today because it is a very unique opportunity since there are judge candidates, people who want to be on the bench. They are up for election. I have a say on who gets to go onto the bench. So, as an American citizen, I have a say in who gets to go onto the bench. So I figured today would be a great day to just look at that, shall we? See whether or not the people who are on track to being called for, the people who are on track to being elected onto a judge bench, elected by the people, if they are correct for the job. Because I think anyone who happens to watch this stream, who happens to watch over this VOD, could look at the fact that we have all of these judges here who keep releasing career criminals back onto the streets with no pipeline to actually giving them the help they need for them to stop committing crimes. The fact I even have to say a sentence like that, for them to stop committing crimes, should be enraging to anyone that believes in the justice system of this country. Now, rightfully, nobody really trusts that the justice system of this country is ever going to really do right by the people that it's judging. And these releases, bail, like releases either on bail or through reduced sentencing by these judges, is not helping the case that the justice system is doing right by the people. But for some reason, for some reason in California, they have it set up such that the regular people get a chance to vote on who gets to be on the bench. Now, in this race in particular, there are multiple seats. I believe there are 15 seats in total. There are 15 judge seats in total that are currently on the books, but some of them are running uncontested. There's no one else that decided to run for this particular judge seat. Uncontested. So whatever votes they get, they could get 0 votes. Or sorry, they could get just one vote. One vote, and they would win on default because there's nobody else. No one else to challenge them. No one else for any other votes to go to. They say that you need to get involved in your local politics. This is getting involved in your local politics, because I think that any seat up for election should have a challenger somewhere, or else we don't know whether or not whoever's on the docket is correct or right for the job. So, forgetting the uncontested challengers, for today, we're just going to look at the races that do have multiple candidates on the list. And I think today we are going to start with just looking at a couple of preliminary news sites that talk about what it means to vote on the judges anyway. And we shall start that with this one. With this. Should I consider a candidate? Yeah. Why do we vote for the judges? This is because of California law. And to be fair, before I go on, I had been looking at, trying to look up, before the stream started, trying to look up as much information about the various judge races before coming on here, just so I can get a decent idea of what I'm looking at in the stakes of these races. But due to the fact that not a lot of money gets put into these races, And there are technically no sides to choose, no Democrat judges or Republican judges. Everybody is nonpartisan from what I've seen. Nobody gives a shit. No one cares about these races, even though judges are just as important in the makeup of how the system of government works as the governor, the president, the legislature, state representatives, U.S. Congress, congressional representatives, senators, and whatnot. They are just as important, in some cases more important, because they're the ones that either keep people locked up or send them back onto the streets after a certain amount of time. The judges are the ones that determine that. Yes, we have juries, but a judge is there to oversee the processes of the court itself. At least a lot of these lower level judges do. They are there to oversee what happens at the courthouse, what happens during the court session, and to give final determinations after everything has been shared, the defense, the prosecution, whatsoever, keeping decorum within the courthouse. Judges are there such that they are the ones that interpret the law, or they're supposed to interpret the law, and then to give a judgment on what to do next, basically. So why did we vote for judges? Because this is California law. Superior court judges get the job either through governor appointment or winning an election. Something that I think we need to change at this point. Well, before I say change, I don't know what different would be in this case. What would change even look like for something like this? Especially with all of these all of these people being judged for content of their character that can't be found. Because just from what I was trying to look for before this whole thing, before I came on to stream, I couldn't find much. I saw Ballotpedia entrances, Ballotpedia articles, I'll just say, about various candidates, and there's something to say about on them. Also, LA Daily News so far has been giving a good synopsis of the various candidates, so I've been going to them, at least recently. But there's not a lot to say about the people on the dockets, which says a lot about how much the common man, the common person, really values judges. And we should be valuing judges a lot more, to the point where we need to hold them up to the same kind of scrutiny that we do our state legislators, our governors, the president, and Congress. And the Supreme Court, funnily enough. In terms of the kinds of judges that get held up to the most scrutiny, and even compared to senators and congressmen, representatives, and the president, it's still not that much. But the Supreme Court receives the most scrutiny, since they're the only ones that basically judge on policy. Their decisions on various cases set policy for the rest of the country, because they basically are the ones that say, oh, you're allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. This is fine because it's constitutional. This is not fine because it's not constitutional. The Supreme Court are the only ones that get to say that. Yet, the Supreme Court isn't the one to determine whether or not criminals get sentenced properly. That's for these people here. That's for the low-level judges that we see down in the country proper, states, cities, and whatnot. A seat only appears on your ballot if it has at least 2 challenges at the end of a judge's term. Judges who wait a second. Then why are there some seats that are uncontested? Judges who file re-election paperwork but go unchallenged never appear on the ballot at all. They automatically get another term. In general, we only have a handful of judges to choose in each election. Oh, so the only reason that there are uncontested judge seats is because people who were judges who were previously on before, who was on the seat right then, are either not seeking re-election or have left the seat open for whatever reason, which I think is what I saw on some of the news sites that I looked at. So the people who are trying to fill their spots are going in uncontested because there's nobody else to do so. If you're not totally comfortable with the idea of electing judges, you're not alone. While some states select judges differently, California's done it this way for a long time. I tried clicking this link, but it led me to what was it again? Oh, a different page that we'll get to later. Lots of people have questioned whether it's a good idea to elect our judiciary. Does it cause judges to worry more about being popular instead of making the right decisions in cases? Some critics also point to LA County's 2006 judicial elections, in which a well-respected sitting judge who had served on the court for over 20 years unexpectedly lost her seat to a bagel shop owner. With much less legal experience, who spent way more money on campaign advertising. I mean, yeah, that is a problem, because if I mentioned just earlier, just a little bit earlier, just a couple minutes ago, that I think that should change of whether we should get elected judges, and that right there, judges being able to get lobbied against, being able to be lobbied is a problem, would be a problem precisely for that reason. But you can't lobby out someone who will let criminals back onto the streets. Actually, you can, but that's a separate conversation. Anyway, how can I better understand the role of judges? Depends on how much time you want to commit. You can attend public courtroom proceedings. Cases that interest you can be found on the courthouse's calendar. If you're interested in a particular judge, you can find their department and assignment. You can find his or her department and assignment here. Make sure you're dressed appropriately and follow the rules for that courthouse. Join a public service program. You can volunteer for the grand jury, which examines local governmental agencies and investigates citizen complaints. There's also court-appointed special advocates for kids in the child welfare and juvenile justice systems who are trained volunteers selected by judges. Help watchdog local judges. Stay aware of the California Commission on Judicial Performances. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Meet judicial officers outside the courtroom instead of volunteering. It's the other way around. Court employees do community outreach such as okay. If you have a case, you want to see, you can see what other people think of your assigned judge. The robing room is like Yelp reviews for the court system, but take them with a grain of salt. Some superior court judges have few reviews, if any. Also, since anyone can post, many of the ratings aren't considered fair as a formal evaluation. What should I consider in a candidate? This is all just like a basic breakdown of what to see in a judge race, you know, because I'm learning on the fly as well as much as the rest of you. What should I consider in a candidate? Evaluating judicial candidates is notoriously hard. This is really not an easy task for the average voter. Well, duh, because this shit does not get covered in the news. Nobody cares. They should, but nobody cares about the judges being put on election. Since many candidates are wary of politicizing judgeships, they don't spend a lot of money on campaign advertising, which makes it hard to find out who they are or what they stand for. Duh. They shouldn't really stand for anything. Like, the ideal for something like this, the ideal for any judge is that they interpret the law correctly. It's that they're going to look at the law, they're going to look at whatever case they have in front of them and say, okay, by our laws, this is someone who either broke it or didn't really break it. They were close, but not exactly. We'll let them off the hook this time. Or, man, this guy really did some bad shit. Throw him into the slammer and don't let him come out. Him or her, whatever. But we've been seeing recently that judges kind of look at cases and are more concerned with not coming out looking like the bad guy because a certain demographic is being tried yet again for a crime that they committed several times in the past. Yet they're being let off because of a politicized because they're considered, because they're activist judges. That's what it is, because they're activist judge. So since many candidates are aware of politicizing judgeships, they don't spend a lot of money on campaign advertising. That, or they don't want to release their whatever they think their activism is until after they get onto the judgeship, thinking that they'll just pass under the radar so that they can get onto the bench, so that then they can start enacting their activism. At least that's what we've seen so far with the various cases of criminals being let back onto the streets. And that's primarily where, there's a bit of bias of where I'm coming from with looking this up, but it's also just a good way of looking at every part of what's on the ballot and this is a good lesson of just looking at your ballot fully, trying to be an informed voter. This is how you become informed, by looking up every aspect. It's not just the bills, it's not just the congressional candidates, the treasurers, the controllers, the gubernatorial races, or the mayors. No. You look at everything that's on the docket. Now, how much time you take looking at everything on your election ballot is up to you. But since it's on the ballot, if you've got judges on your ballot, you should look at these judge races as well, because they're the ones that are going to determine whether someone who has committed 5 murders stays in jail or not. Plus, these are nonpartisan seats, so you don't have the option of just voting for candidates who identify as a member of the party with whom you're registered. And it shouldn't matter, yet we're dealing with judges who make it matter. Activist judges. They would never call themselves full-on Democrats, but you could tell, Democrats or Republicans, but you could tell that they are based on the way and how they judge. And the reasonings for their judgment. Just look at Ketanji Brown, every Supreme Court judge we currently have on the stand, and how they are all politicized. They are either Republican or they are Democrat. So while they're nonpartisan, they're only nonpartisan because the media spotlight is never on these people. Never. So it's not necessary that they ever have to give out what their political affiliation is, because A, they shouldn't, but we have the Supreme Court, so that's a contradiction. And B, if there was any sort of media coverage on any of these races, someone would ask and someone would slip. There are a few pieces of information you can look at to help with your decision. Stuart Rice, a retired LA County Superior Court judge and a past president of the California Judges Association, shared his tips with the LAist here. Look at Orange County Bar Association ratings. Yeah, I was seeing this too. This is the main professional association for Orange County's legal community. During every election, OCBA evaluates judicial candidates. LAist has reached out to OCBA's designated media contact for more insight without a response. When the ratings are released, we will update the story to include them in our guide to the judicial offices on the ballot below. Ratings are one of the only ways for a voter without a legal background to assess whether a candidate is qualified for the bench. Committee gives candidates one of 4 ratings: exceptionally well qualified, qualified, or not qualified. The ratings can be a useful way to evaluate a candidate because they're supposed to take temperament and personality into account in addition to legal ability. Temperament and personality. Temperament, meaning, whether they get upset easily, and personality, whether they're like a happy judge versus a serious judge, a stern judge. I have no idea how that would tie into why or how somebody gets picked. I like this judge because he or she is actually, quite happy-go-lucky. It's kind of a jokester, while he lays the hammer down, the legal hammer down. Or, I don't really like this guy because I just think he's too stern. He tells people way too bluntly and directly. He sounds mean. So I'm going to lower his rating a little bit. That's what that can mean. Anyway, that ties into what Rice said is most important for a candidate to have: proper judicial demeanor. What does that mean? To me, it means you treat everybody the same. You treat everybody with respect. You treat everybody with dignity. You're impartial. Activist judges would beg to differ. He said, "You set a tone in the courtroom that the litigants don't feel like they're in an environment where they can be yelling at each other in the courtroom. Certainly don't want that. Keep in mind, these ratings are the opinion of a private volunteer membership group unaffiliated with the state bar. Other groups may find candidates more or less qualified. Groups may find candidates more or less qualified. Checking out endorsements. These are nonpartisan seats, but you'll still see endorsements from newspapers, politicians, yada yada. Yes, there will still be endorsements because it is an election and people will back you if they find you worth backing. That's the whole point of lobbying, is that we want you to win, so we will put our name forth behind your brand, our brand or our name behind your name, to let other people know that you're legit. We've got your back, patting yourself on the back sort of thing. Don't need to check out endorsements. We all know what endorsements are. Yeah. Really want to... Okay, so this is a quote. Role of political parties in society is so strong that you may notice political party endorsements. According to Rice, that's because the courts have become more political in recent elections. That is true. I guess this paragraph right here is very much true in this day and age. What with all of the various judges that either go against the president or whatever. Ooh, a marble race. Oh, you'd love to see those. I can't keep getting distracted by marble rolling. Woo, yeah. We'll check that out in a different at a different time. Anyway, candidates, despite being in a nonpartisan race, really want to get the endorsement of the Democratic Party. I wonder why. That's because LA is overwhelmingly Democratic. Maybe with streams like mine, that can change, because we've seen in recent months, in recent years, just how unhinged the Democratic Party has become. It's certainly not the Democratic Party that I grew up with, that I had grown in a household who overwhelmingly voted for them. Certainly has become. So I'm not surprised that in an overwhelmingly Democratic city, all of these judges, city and state, that all of these judges would be seeking the help and endorsement of the Democratic Party in some way. A shame, really, because they really should not be seeking Democratic or political party endorsement for these judge seats. Non-partisan, impartial judge seats. They should not be doing that. But they are, so we have to deal with that. Consider candidates' experience. The only requirement for being a judge is to have at least 10 years in one of two paths: being authorized to practice law in California, usually by passing the bar, or serving as a judge in the state. Oh, that means you might find a wide range of legal experience among candidates. If they were a judge before or have significant trial experience, that's a big clue as to how prepared they may be for the job on day one. Having a history as a prosecutor or defense attorney can also tell you they've had a lot of experience in court and give you an idea of their potential approach to criminal justice issues. Here are some common job titles you may see on the ballot and what they mean: Superior Court Commissioner, Administrative Law Judge, Deputy District Attorney, Public Defender, Deputy County Counsel. I can English. Deputy City Attorney, Attorney at Law, Counselor at Law, or Lawyer. And there are someone hired by court judges to do lower level judicial work. Yes. You can take the time to read these various descriptions on your own. Pause either the VOD or the stream and come back later on. Look at the candidate's website. Campaign websites can give you more detailed information about a candidate's background, mission, and experience. Someone serious about their campaign will have a website, Rice said. Pay attention to how sophisticated it is and what they choose to say about themselves. They may say, "Vote for me! I'm the one who's gonna change the world," Rice said. Well, judges are supposed to interpret the law, not make the law. There are a variety of things that might impress one voter and turn off a different voter. Candidates could also express viewpoints that they shouldn't. Anyone running for a judicial seat is bound by California Ethics Code. Among the restrictions, candidates need to avoid creating an appearance of political bias or implying how they would rule on an issue that could come before the court. This is an interesting way of framing it, because that's what they should be doing. However, with the way that judges have kind of been acting rogue and on their own and like activists, that's not what it would not seem, at least to me, that is what they are doing. That's what they should do. This is what they should do. This shit is what they should do, but to me at least, doesn't really seem like that is what they are doing. That's the end of that one, they should not be, these judges in these elections should not be seeking Democratic Party endorsement. They should not be, because what room allows for a political party to have any influence on the correct interpretation of the law? It shouldn't matter whether the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or the Green Party or the Red Party or the White Party, whatever party it is, to have any sort of influence on trying to do the best job of interpreting the law that you can do. And yet, these impartial seats are seeking partiality from a political party. You're getting elected for a position at the bench. You're gonna get paid anyway. Why seek funds and endorsements from people who don't really know you, or worse, have an agenda in mind for what they want you to do while you're on the seat? Because no such thing as a free lunch. You can't just get an endorsement and think, oh, I got the endorsement from the Democratic Party, there's nothing I need to do for them. No. They come to collect their due in some way. Whether that way is giving bail, just look at the Chud the Builder situation versus the Austin Metcalf ruling. That difference in sentencing alone shows political bias. The countless number of criminals getting back onto the streets and then coming back and getting rearrested for committing the next crime. They get rearrested. Like, people come to the there's so much talk on the media and from various leftist spaces about how bad cops are and that cops should be held accountable. Yet in a lot of these cases, they are doing their job correctly. They catch the criminal, they arrest the criminal, give him charges, and then put him to court. Yet, for whatever reason, these criminals never actually go to jail. Or they do, but for a very limited amount of time. A few months. A year. So people are doing their job. The police are doing their job. It's these fucking judges that they're not doing their job. Where they need to, these candidates need to avoid creating an appearance of political bias or implying how they would rule on an issue that could come before the court. Avoid creating an appearance. Well, anybody can do that. After they get in, though, there's no need to avoid creating an appearance after that. Once they get the job, once they're in, they don't have to avoid creating an appearance. They could just act on their political bias at that point. And we see it all the time. Typically with a certain demographic where, because of the overwhelming statistics versus this certain demographic, a judge feels really bad. And so they don't leave them, and they don't sentence them to either long sentences or sentences at all. Because I don't want to add to the statistic. I don't want to be the one to add one more number to that statistic, to that really, really high statistic. And it's like, lady, if they committed a crime, or man, lady or man, usually ladies, unfortunately. If they committed a crime, why do you have any sympathy for them outside of just they're human and they have done wrong. We don't ever have to see how they imply how they would rule. You're seeing it right now. 4-count felons, convicted criminals who've murdered 4 times in the past get released on bail or they are on probation, get out, and then commit a 5th, and then get arrested, and then they get let go again and commit a 6th. And it's like, the judges are the ones that are causing all of the problems, are causing the problems that we see, because they don't actually put these people behind bars. They don't actually judge the way that they are supposed to judge, which is a convicted murderer doesn't get to leave the slammer in order to fix themselves. No, they fix themselves while they don't have the right to walk among the community, the populace again. That's when they get to fix themselves, is when they are isolated, is when they are not given the opportunity to re-offend. Now, earlier in that article, it said something about, why we vote for judges. Why does California vote for judges? That was one site that did that. Let's check a different site. Why do we elect judges? When do we elect them? California courts are divided into 3 levels: superior courts, courts of appeals, and the state Supreme Court. When and how judges come to the bench varies accordingly. Supreme Court and courts of appeal, justices in these 2 are first appointed by the governor. However, at the very next general election, they must be confirmed by the voters. Okay. In California, I can see that. Hold on, you guys. This is from pbssocal.org. Last one was something. Oh, the last one was Newsbreak. Superior Court, also called trial courts, follow a different system. Judges at this level serve staggered 6-year terms. That means every 2 years, a third of them come up for re-election, just like Congress. Okay. Generally, state Supreme Court and courts of appeal serve a term of 12 years before coming up for re-election. If the previous judge vacates the office in the middle of a term, new judge serves out only the uncompleted portion before facing election again. At this level, justices appear on the ballot uncontested, which means voters have only 2 options: to re-elect or not. It's a retention vote. If the voters reject the judge, then the governor will appoint a new one, and so on. That doesn't look like what's happening on the Superior Court offices. Huh. And here's the Superior Courts anyway. Staggered 6-year terms, a third. Superior Court judges earn their seat by appointment or election depending on the circumstances. Vacancies. When a judge retires in the middle of a term, his or her seat becomes vacant. In these cases, the governor will appoint a replacement. Challenge. When a judge is due for re-election, another eligible candidate may file election papers and contest his or her seat. In this case, the sitting judge is the incumbent and appears along with all other candidates on the ballot. Open seat. If a candidate files election papers but the sitting judge decides to retire, it is considered an open seat race. There is no incumbent, and the decision rests with the voters instead of the governor. Intriguing. This scenario often occurs by design. A judge can pick her retirement date strategically to force a popular vote, blocking the governor from appointing a replacement. Hundreds of judges are up for re-election every 2 years, but unless someone directly contests their seat or a retirement prompts an open seat race, the incumbents are automatically re-elected for another term. Automatically? Oh, well, okay. This is why only a handful of the hundreds of offices will appear on the ballot. Automatic re-election. Indeed, during the 1996, 98, and 2000 election cycles, only 6 to 9% of judicial seats were contested. That means of the 525 judges who were up for re-election in each of those years, only 35 to 50 seats appeared on ballots statewide. Even fewer of these involved an incumbent, making it clear that under our current system, judges are rarely pushed out or brought in through popular elections. Why elections? The system hasn't been set up this way. During the first few decades of after independence, state and federal judges alike had enjoyed lifetime appointments. Interestingly enough, it was the introduction of the now time-honored power of judicial review that led to a political backlash and the demand for term limits. Well, we were talking about term limits for the Supreme Court. Sounds like California kind of already does that. And other states, I guess, if I were to look into it. Courts until 1803 were not explicitly empowered to declare laws unconstitutional, but the Supreme Court ruling in Marbury v. Madison 5 U.S. 137 enshrined this judicial review as a key power of the courts. Many, including Thomas Jefferson, believed this move tipped the balance of power in favor of a new judicial elite. Jefferson advocated for 6-year term limits, and by mid-century, beginning in New York, many states were using these and other provisions to curtail judicial power and make judges answerable to the electorate. California was one of them. When California gained statehood in 1849, this new electoral system was written directly into its constitution, just as it would be in every other state to enter the Union since 1846. All judges here made it to the bench through popular and very political elections. Up through the end of the 1800s and into the early 1900s, they could run as Democrat or Republican and openly espouse the party platform. Well, on one hand, California and every state after California, or after whoever gained statehood in 1846 was... Ooh, what's that? Oh man, it's been a long time since I've looked that up. Since I've looked up like which states came into the Union at what years. But regardless, judges already have term limits, which I guess is where the term of having term limits for judges came from. Was this Marbury versus Madison and the power of judicial review that the electorate and the legislature could have, or legislature has. So we've had a while to learn and understand judicial review, and yet it seems to be a controversial thing to give judges, especially at the Supreme Court level, term limits. So far, they've had the Supreme Court of the United States have lifetime commitments. They're the only judicial body that remain to have lifetime appointment after election. Or not after election, but lifetime appointment. Once you're there for life, basically. Unless you get taken out by the legislature by getting impeached and then removed. So it was always partisan. We didn't see it having we didn't see it as having been a problem until recent times where we're now seeing the actual power of the judicial elite. Like Thomas Jefferson's fears of the rising judicial elite uh came to being about 100 years, 200 years after, 160 or so years after his death, after he first said about that. We now have a judicial elite because of all of the blocking, all of the stops of President Trump trying to enact his will, enact his policy, and he can't because judges everywhere are saying, no, 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 you can't do it, you can't do that. I'm stopping you from doing that judicial order and whatnot, which makes me glad that the Supreme Court overturned that. All of those federal judges saying, oh, we're going to stop Trump from doing that by ruling it unconstitutional. And it's like, the Supreme Court is like, enough of that. Stop. You're not allowed to do that. All you can do is interpret the law. That is the only thing you can do. You cannot dictate policy. The public was not too happy with this arrangement either. Many observers blamed judges' open and blatantly political campaigning for eroding the public's trust in a fair and impartial judiciary. Wow. It's almost like the founding fathers knew that the judicial elite would have been a problem before all of this shit happened. Reforms in the early 20th century led to the system as we know it today, with its hybrid model of appointments and elections. Partisan politics were barred and contested races were abandoned for the most part in favor of pretension elections. A merit system was set up to ensure judges were assessed on their performance and abilities rather than their political views. The governor now has an advisor to recommend judicial appointments, and any candidate under consideration goes through a rigorous screening process by a committee of the State Bar of California. This system represents a compromise of ideals. On the one hand, judges in a democratic society should be answerable to the people in some way, and so we have popular elections. On the other hand, judicial impartiality is paramount to our notion of justice in the United States, and so judges should be sheltered from partisan politics. Well, that's a contradiction, because in order to be popular, at least in today's political landscape, this might have been fine back then when politics weren't as enrooted as it is today. But for today's political landscape, this is a contradiction, because trying to get elected via popular vote, on being able to interpret law the way you see fit, runs in the face of the very impartiality you intend to uphold while on the judge's bench. Because if you were to run any sort of serious campaign, if you were to run any sort of campaign on the same level as your Gavin Newsoms, or your Trumps, or your Bidens, or the Democrats, Republicans, etc., you'd have to have a message. You'd have to have a message that your campaign would be going off of in order to make sure that you convince enough of the populace to vote for you. Because that's campaigning. That's going out there and gathering votes and whatnot. The only problem is, in a sense, you would have to, if you were to take out any of the sort of partiality that comes with campaigning and elections, especially as we see them today, every judge's campaign slogan will be the exact same, much like it is with the presidential election, United States representative elections, senators elections, etc. They'd all be the exact same, but it'd be even worse with judges because every single one of them, without any of the partiality and politicizing, all of their campaign slogans, every single one would all say to some varying degree of the same thing, that is, I will I will judge with impartiality and interpret the law as written. They would all say something to that end because that's what a judge is supposed to do. They interpret the law as written, whatever it is. There's no need to politicize anything because the law isn't political. There is no side to it. If you break the law, this is the law that you broke, and this is your sentence. That's as easy as it gets. And yet, human sentimentality is what gets in the way of that, for whatever reason. So to try to shelter them from partisan politics is, in fact, a contradiction, especially in this day and age, because you can't be sheltered. We live in the internet age. You can't really avoid the partisan politics that is so ingrained in people's lives today, even if they're not really paying attention to those very politics. So they have to run a popular election, yet they also have to be nonpartisan when they go up there. I'm not sure how that can really work, especially with how divided in ideals and ideologies this country is. To the extent that they do not have to campaign frequently and are not allowed to participate in political activities, this impartiality, or the appearance of it, might be maintained. And of course, might is the key word here. Because, to me at least, I don't think they actually do. Why two systems for California? Difference in how we select judges at the state and trial court levels may have been different due to a quirk of the ballot. Reformers in 1934 wanted to amend the state constitution to ensure that all judges would be appointed by the governor and would subsequently run unopposed at re-election time, by making them subject only to a retention vote. However, the changes were pitched as two separate proposals and got two different results. The proposal involving Supreme Court and Courts of Appeal justices appeared as part of a popular anti-crime package on the 1934 ballot. A similar proposal for trial court judges appeared immediately after a prohibition initiative on the same ballot. The first was approved and the second rejected by voters. Thus, the way we select judges for our trial courts borrows from the old system of popular elections, while in the higher courts, judges are appointed in much the way they are in the federal court system, as in the governor gets to say. Still, democracy is a marketplace of ideas, and the more engaged the citizenry is, the more restless our government appears. In 2000, Assemblyman Joe Nation, what a name, Democrat San Rafael, challenged the way we elect judges with yet another proposed constitutional amendment. The nation was troubled by the increasing cost of campaigning in Superior Court races. With more money involved and more open campaigning, the influence of partisan politics seemed to be creeping back into the system. Nation suggested that we go back to appointing Superior Court judges to, in a sense, finally bringing the two systems together as the way reformers in 1934 had intended. However, the bill lacked support and died in committee. Before it did, the state's Judicial Council issued a report analyzing both the current system and Nation's proposed changes. The report offers further insight and historical perspective into why we elect judges the way we do, along with several potential alternatives. You can read it here. Much of history comes from it. I see. Okay, that is a whole ass judicial review, basically. Okay. Okay, so that's why we have judging. That's why we elect judges, especially in California and other states, after at least 1846. And I think now we look at various, we're going to start to look at various candidates to see if there can be anything that is found of these people that would be worth noting, especially if you intend to vote in California elections, because them being, going up for judge seats means you should probably know who these people are. So on the first docket, we have Judge of Superior Court, number 2, and the first guy that comes up is Tal Khan Balbuena. Now, what immediately comes to mind, what immediately stands out, this is just his website, Tal for Judge. What immediately stands out about this guy, lived immigrant experience. In a day and age that we have such an immigrant crisis and immigrant issue, illegal immigration, legal immigration, and all the issues and controversies thereof for that. Seeing this, especially to me, a first-hand understanding of navigating complex systems and why fairness and clarity in the courtroom matter. It makes me think that this guy, and anybody that mentions immigration as part of their campaign, as part of their ticket for "you should vote for me," I see that as a red flag. It says experience in mental health justice, treatment-informed approach that balances accountability, dignity, and public safety. Of course, all of these are just campaign slogans, really. Short messages, to the point, meant to hook you and be like, yes, vote for me because this, and this. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. But given what we're dealing with in terms of immigration, and in terms of the fact that judges seem to keep releasing criminals back onto the streets either too early or at all, and they go on to reoffend, I think, and this is going to be a running trend because this is what I kind of saw with a lot of the judge picks, in that they all have immigrant experience, are into mental health, and have a commitment to being heard. And it's like, yeah, that's obvious. You're a judge. You have to hear them. You have to hear anyone and everyone that comes by your desk. Case, plaintiff, defense, innocent, not innocent, guilty, whatever. You have to hear everyone. So to see someone that says a commitment to being heard, every person deserves patience, respect, and a meaningful opportunity to be heard. What are you supposed to do as a judge other than to hear people? That is your job. That is literally your job. You don't have to say that you need to be heard unless there is a different party, different objective at play when you say something like that. Extensive courtroom experience, we expect that as well. First chaired over 130 trials with specialization in forensic psychology. So, dead stuff. Not dead stuff, but like crime scenes. Service to underserved communities. As a county commissioner, advocate, and mentor working to expand access and opportunity. To who? A dedication to education as a professor teaching ESL students and uplifting underprivileged youth. Judicial temperament. Damn well should be temperamental. Dear Lord. Anyway, all this to say, this does not bode well for this. It does not really bode well for this judge seat, because you have somebody who seems to be really focused on how immigrants go through the system. This is on his Valbuena's candidate website. And this man is talking about underserved communities being heard, immigrant experience. Something tells me that this guy isn't exactly looking to really judge on the merit of the laws of the United States of America. Or California more specifically, but more so just what... Now, let's establish something. I'm not saying that this guy won't or couldn't do a good job of interpreting the law correctly. But what I am watching out for, especially with the amount of activism and partisanship that we've seen of judges today, someone who at the very lowest level of judging, or the lowest level of like widespread affecting of judgmental decisions, superior courts and whatnot, for someone who blatantly and outwardly says that they have a lived immigrant experience, that they have a commitment to being heard. A commitment to being heard is the craziest thing, because that's exactly what you need to do as a judge to begin with to be a judge. You just need to hear. You need to listen, and you need to judge correctly after you have listened. That's the whole point of being a judge. So the fact that somebody has to say this, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that would entail for a judge candidate to say something like that. Because the whole point of being a judge is to hear them out. You hear out both sides, though. And you judge based off of what the law says and the arguments of both sides, and whether or not the law dictates that whoever is being convicted, whoever is either having broken the law, is going to either break the law again, maybe, or you need to get them the help, but they also can't be... You are the gateway of whether or not a 5-time murder perpetrator goes back on the streets or not. And service to underserved communities As a judge, why would you care? You're there to interpret the law, not serve communities. If someone from your community commits a crime, but they are from an underserved community, are you going to be more lenient with them because that is your commitment to serving an underserved community? Why even say this when all you are doing is simply running for a seat that aims to interpret the law correctly? Now, on this tab, there was an interview with Valbuena on citywatchla.com. The links to everything that I've looked up today will be in the description. You can look them up for yourselves when you should you want to do your own research, should you want to do your own looking. Anyway, judicial candidate Halcon Valbuena came to the United States alone 25 years ago with just $200 and hope for a new life and better start. Okay. He is making his first bid for public office and is challenging longtime incumbent Robert Draper, who has served since 2012. We'll get to him in a moment because there's been some allegations with him. This country gave me refuge and opportunity, and I built my life from the ground up, starting as a dishwasher and eventually becoming a deputy district attorney and mental health advocate with extensive courtroom experience. He's running for judge because I want to protect and strengthen the system that gave me that chance. Too many people today no longer believe that equal justice exists in our courts. I bring the lived experience of someone who understands those struggles firsthand, along with years of trial experience. My goal is to help restore trust in our judiciary and bring a new generation of experienced courtroom leadership to the bench. A graduate of Indiana University, he earned his JD from George Washington University after immigrating to the United States from Pakistan at the age of 18. Valbuena Khan. Okay. An avid long-distance runner, he resides in Long Beach with his partner, and our two four-legged companions. You can't say wife? Or husband? What concerns you most about the current functioning of the Los Angeles court system? My greatest concern is access to justice. What does that mean? What is access to... For many people in Los Angeles, the court system can feel confusing, slow, and intimidating. Especially for... Ooh, there's your ChatGPT hyphen. Especially for those without legal representation or facing language and resource barriers. Courts function best when people understand the process, feel heard, and believe their case was treated fairly. Judges play an important role in ensuring proceedings are clear, efficient, and respectful for everyone who enters the courtroom. Strengthening access to justice and restoring public confidence in the courts is one of the reasons I decided to run for this position. A judge must not only apply the law correctly, but also ensure the courtroom remains accessible and fair to all. A competent judge understands the law and applies it correctly. Yes, obviously. A good judge goes further by ensuring that everyone who enters the courtroom is heard, treated with dignity, and confident that their case was decided fairly. Help me to understand, Mr. Valbuena. A competent judge understands the law and applies it correctly. Yes. Yes. Duh. And a competent judge, at least from my version, my definition, understanding of the word competent, a competent judge also ensures that everyone who enters the courtroom is heard, treated with dignity, and confident that their case was decided fairly. Doesn't that come with competency? What is this question? This question is just terrible on its face, because you're basically saying, what's the difference between someone who interprets the law correctly and somebody who is lenient about the law? That is the implication of something like that. What distinguishes a good judge from a merely competent one? Don't we want competence in our judging? Isn't that what we look for when we're looking to judges to judge correctly? Is that they are competent? What distinguishes a good judge from a merely competent one suggests that being competent isn't good enough. No, you have to listen to the case and judge based on whether or not you feel a certain way towards the person. Not whether it's fair, because if the law and applies it correctly, that's already fair. Right? Wouldn't it? Well, let's see what he means by good judges, because I see that he went forward. He went forward on this. Good judges combine legal knowledge with patience, preparation, and sound judgment. They manage their courtrooms efficiently, listen carefully to the parties before them, and issue decisions that are clear, thoughtful, and grounded in the law. So like a competent judge, right? Ultimately, what distinguishes a good judge is a commitment not only to getting the law right, but also to strengthening public trust in the justice system. How would you strengthen public trust with the justice system without getting the law right? If you get the law right, that thus strengthens public trust with the justice system, because you are then applying the law. That shows that you understand the law and are applying it correctly. Thus, people can trust that you have sound judgment and you understand the law to be able to apply it correctly, thus fairly. This is a nothing burger answer. This whole thing just says nothing. It said nothing other than being a competent judge isn't good enough, or being a competent judge is actually worse than being a good judge, which is not just applying the law, but also applying your feelings. The way that I interpret a competent judge from a good judge, a competent judge just does the job. A competent judge understands what the law says and applies it. So, if you murder and the charge for murder, the sentence for murder is 10 years, a competent judge will say, oh, you committed a murder? 10 years. Guilty. The evidence is there. I heard arguments from both sides. And from the evidence and the arguments, this guy definitely committed murder. 10 years. That's what the law says. This is the punishment for committing a crime of this nature. Boom. But a good judge will be like, oh, you committed murder? What does the defense say? What does the prosecution say? Okay, I've heard everyone. What do you need to I don't understand what preparation you would need. You're there to listen impartially, which oftentimes means that you don't know, or that you have, I guess preparation is, I got all of the information and the evidence from both sides before they came to court, and I read them all, or something like that. Sound judgment. Manage their courtrooms efficiently. Okay, everybody is quiet versus everybody is shouting at each other. Alright? A good judge means that you judge the law correctly. So it's not enough to understand the law and apply it correctly. You have to understand the law and apply it correctly. That's the end result of this question. Yeah, this is a... That is a complete nothing burger answer, and it basically says that being a competent judge isn't good or good enough. You have to do everything that keeps your courtroom from being a monkey house, while also being a competent judge. ChatGPT, everyone. If an appellate court reverses one of your rulings, how do you evaluate your own decision-making and improve going forward? An appellate reversal is an important part of the judicial process and an opportunity for reflection. Trial judges make decisions in real time based on the facts presented and the governing law, but appellate courts provide guidance that helps ensure consistency and clarity across the system. If one of my rulings were reversed, I would carefully review the opinion to understand the appellate court's reasoning and the legal principles it clarified. That analysis would inform how I approach similar issues in the future. The goal is not to defend a past decision, but to ensure that future rulings are as fair, well-reasoned, and consistent with precedent as possible. Well, that didn't say anything either. What kinds of feedback should judges accept from attorneys or court staff, and how should they handle criticism of their courtroom management? Judges should welcome professional and constructive feedback from attorneys and court staff, particularly on courtroom procedures, scheduling, and communication. The people who work in the courtroom daily often have valuable insight into what promotes efficiency, fairness, and respect for all participants. At the same time, feedback must be considered in a way that preserves judicial independence and impartiality. When criticism arises regarding courtroom management, it should be met with professionalism and reflection. A judge's responsibility is to listen, evaluate whether adjustments would improve the administration of justice, and ensure the courtroom remains fair, orderly, and respectful for everyone involved. So that didn't say anything, really. Because, I don't see anything in regards to what makes this guy Talcon Valbuena, a Pakistani coming in who's been in the country for 25 years and got a JD, who apparently got it out the mud, is trying to make judgments on our laws, and whoever comes before him on in terms of cases. He wants everyone to be heard, but as a judge, you already do that. So, what does that really mean? Serving underserved communities. You're there to interpret the law. What does that mean? Have a lived immigrant experience. You're there to interpret the law of the United States of America. What do you mean that you're coming in with a lived immigrant experience? Outside of just, oh, well, this is one of my own who's here who might have committed a crime and stuff like that. I know exactly what it means to commit a crime yourself. Like, these are terrible implications. Not Least of which, this article is written by ChatGPT. Thank you, ChatGPT hyphen and whatnot. I mean, I can't know for sure whether or not that this is a chat generated article, but seeing this when so many different there are so many other examples of ChatGPT or chat generated paragraphs that use this does not bode well for the authenticity of somebody like this. Now, Robert Draper. See if I can find something about this guy. I'd come across some stuff about him anyway. Draper. Robert Draper is a guy who is a judge, 84 years old. And apparently excuse me. Now, something in regards to Robert Draper. Hold on, I have a something about him on AOL / the LA Times. This dude right here, Judge Robert Draper, 84, stands outside the Ronald Reagan Federal Building in Los Angeles. One judge claims his colleagues have adopted a gangster mentality in order to shut him up. Another compared the state board accusing him of serious misconduct to the Russian mafia. What it seems like this guy. What it seems like about this guy is, this is who he looks like. He's an old dude. An old guy. But apparently this guy has been serving, Los Angeles County at least, since 2012. So he's been around the block a few times. It seems like this guy is on the docket for re-election, yet he's facing misconduct charges from sources? It doesn't really say. Are usually sleepy affairs, subject to little political fanfare or interest, but two battles on the June ballot in Los Angeles have raised the temperature this campaign season, invited questions about the lengths members of the insular local bench will go to protect their own. That already has a certain antagonistic framing. Lawyers who aspire to become judge often run for open seats. Challengers in these races, however, say they specifically targeted incumbents they believe are unfit for the office, which you should do, which carries an annual salary of more than $244,000. One of the contests could unseat 84-year-old Judge Robert Draper, who was seeking re-election despite having spent the last 3 years relegated to a room at the Santa Monica courthouse without a computer or caseload, which two other judges described to the Times as a closet. 2023, then presiding Justice Samantha Jesner said Draper was unable to carry out the duties and responsibilities of a judge due to deteriorating mental and physical health, according to a letter she sent to the state's Commission on Judicial Performance. Draper denied all wrongdoing in an interview with The Times and said that although he had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, he remains fit for the bench. He has also been accused of sexual harassment and making improper and biased comments by the Judicial Commission. He is contesting those claims. A hearing that could result in his removal began Monday and is expected to last into early May. It is now late May, so I have no idea what it looks like, what that looks like now. The other incumbent fighting to save his seat is Judge Pat Connolly, 61, a former prosecutor who has drawn support from several other sitting LA County judges. But his opponent, Deputy District Attorney Paul Thompson, has called Connolly a rogue judge who needs to be replaced. I wonder why he thought that. Connolly has been disciplined multiple times in his 18-year judicial tenure for improper comments towards litigants and, in one case, exhibiting bias against the defense attorney against whom he was weighing contempt charges, according to State Judicial Commission records. Thompson, who gained notoriety for his role winning a rape conviction against Harvey Weinstein, purchased the rights to the domain name patconnollyforjudge.com, which now redirects to one of the commission's admonishments of Connolly. What I see is a man who repeatedly prioritizes his own goodwill over that of the community and the public he is serving. A man who is repeatedly disciplined for prioritizing his own interests, said Thompson, who has been endorsed by the LA County Democratic Party. Intriguing. By the Dems, huh? In a bizarre turn, the race was linked to the recent shooting at the White House Correspondents Association dinner after conservative influencers posted a picture of a Thompson campaign sign on the Torrance lawn of the suspected gunman, Cole Thomas Allen. Well, that's a find. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. As a note, Cole Thomas Allen is someone that I have interacted with myself in the past because he used to be a Smash player. That'll be something for a different stream, but it's really interesting. It really is intriguing how small the world is when coming across stuff like that. For anyone that would be interested, you just look up the Smash username, the tag name. What's Cold Force 3000? Cold Force 3000. That was his gamer tag, but whenever he would go to tournaments. Thompson lives next door to the Allen family and described the suspect's parents as great neighbors. He said he didn't know their son and dismissed internet trolls for trying to tie his campaign to political violence. Okay, fine. This year's election has sparked conversations about the unwavering support incumbent judges seem to enjoy among their colleagues. That's kind of the system that we have in California. Despite concerns about Draper's health, a political action committee run by fellow judges gave $72.5 thousand to his campaign, state election finance records show. The PAC gave the same amount to Connolly. So they played both sides? Judge Maria Lucy Armendariz, who oversees the PAC, did not return a call seeking comment. Gave $72.5 thousand to both Connolly and Judge Draper. I play both sides so that I always come out on top. The PAC has some explaining to do here. Why is there a show of support for someone who is facing so many challenges? Asked Lori Levinson, a former federal prosecutor who now teaches at Loyola Law School. I know where that is. It doesn't reflect well on the bench. Talcon Valbuena. We just looked at this guy. Draper's opponent is Deputy District Attorney Talcon Valbuena, a refugee from Pakistan who works in the Hollywood Mental Health Court. Khan Valbuena believes his lived experience as a gay... Okay! His partner. As a gay Muslim who has faced bigotry will bring a compassionate perspective to a bench some complain is overrun with old-school tough-on-crime prosecutors. I think in this day and age, we kind of need someone who's tough on crime, and the fact that you're running against that as someone who is not that doesn't really speak well. Also, gay Muslim? Bit of a contradiction. But he also expressed concern about Draper's mental decline after meeting him for lunch earlier this year. His Honor had exemplified disorganized thought behavior, a tangential thought, things I see on a day-to-day basis in mental health court. Con Valbuena said while acknowledging that he is not a doctor. You gotta have those legal, legal hands up, I'm not a doctor. Don't come to me for doctor advice. It's not a diagnosis. The Los Angeles County Bar Association issued its ratings for every judicial candidate last week. Connolly graded best among the judges in the contentious races, described as well qualified. Thompson and Con Valbuena were rated as qualified. Draper was only one of 3 candidates labeled unqualified. I think there is a... How much longer is this? We'll look at it later. In 2022, Judge Eric Taylor said he noticed a sharp change in Draper's behavior that included sending abusive and incoherent emails to colleagues that contained racist and profane language, according to a letter Taylor sent to the State Judicial Commission. Let's see. Draper he demonstrated a flagging handle on reality, Taylor wrote. A flagging handle on reality. Draper was accused of sexual harassment, making racist remarks and callous behavior all over the course of one hearing. According to the state judicial complaint and testimony at Draper's removal hearing on Monday, the judge allegedly stroked a female lawyer's hair after going on a tangent to a black attorney about black history, black football players, the Civil Rights Act, and the Black Lives Matter movement, even though the case had nothing to do with those issues. This is a wild freaking it must have been a wild case for that. Like black history, black football players, the Civil Rights Act, the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, these 3 things mentioned on their face would have essentially just been nothing burgers. On their face, like in a vacuum, it's just they're nothing burgers. But added the Black Lives Matter movement, now we've got something that's strange. Later in the chambers that same day, he made crude remarks to a group of female attorneys while reflecting on his time as a civil attorney, recalling how male lawyers would deride female secretaries, insisting they learn to fuck better than they could type, according to testimony given by attorney Janice Brown at Draper's hearing. This guy is 84. Okay. Brown told the review panel that Draper's behavior left her aghast and perplexed. Draper denied much of what was in the complaint. He says that he never touched a lawyer's hair and that the comments about black culture were meant to express his pride at racial progress in America. He criticized the Commission on Judicial Performance. This is like the Russian mafia. It's like Germany, he said. There's no due process for any judge. Draper's attorney, Ashley Posner, said his client would routinely walk up 7 flights of stairs when he was assigned to the downtown Stanley Moss courthouse and remains sharp. That's really funny that between Biden and Trump and now looking at this guy, it seems that the principal criteria of cognitive like ability for all of these like old dudes is whether or not they are able to physically go upstairs. How silly is it that to make sure that somebody is capable of coherent thought, of cognizance, is through the okay, is through whether or not the person in question can go upstairs or not, and not for anything in regards to whether they go to sleep a bunch, aka Sleepy Joe, or whether they are sharp enough to be able to think on the fly, or they repeat themselves a whole bunch, a la President Trump. Things were set up to portray him in the worst light possible. Also possible, he's been portrayed as a bigot. He's been portrayed as doddering and demented, which couldn't be further from the truth, Posner said. Now, looking at that, there are two ways to interpret it. It's the Biden way of interpreting it, where the people who are supporting him are lying, or it's the Trump way of interpreting it, where the people who are saying it are also lying. But in this case, it'd be the Biden way is the people supporting him who are saying this guy is coherent, this guy is able, this guy is thinking straight, are incorrect, lying, and don't know what they're saying, when it could be shown very clear as day that this guy is not on his rocker. Or the Trump version, where the people supporting him are saying, no, that's not the case. This guy is coherent. He can think on the fly. He's able to, he has his cognizance, he has his wits about him, and they're completely correct. And it's all the accusers who are wrong. But because this guy does not get any media attention, all we have to go off of are articles like this, where it says both sides, but we can't really verify whether or not one or the other is correct. So we kind of just have to keep reading. In court on Monday, Posner suggested the complaint was part of a broader campaign to force Draper to retire and accused the LA County Superior Court's leadership of ageism. A court spokesperson said they could not comment on personal matters. Ageism. Wow, what a what a word to use. Ageism. They're ageist. This guy is too old. Get him out of here. He can't do what he's supposed to do because he's too old for the job. Let somebody new, somebody young, somebody gay and a Muslim who comes from Pakistan into the job, who was also endorsed by the Democrat Party. Just as a reminder to people. The race between Connolly and Thompson has also focused heavily on alleged misconduct. That's 2 for 2, where the incumbents in question are being put on trial of sorts, ironically, for misconduct. What is the misconduct saying? So far, misconduct is alleged touching of hair and speaking about black people and Black Lives Matter. That's the misconduct in question, at least for Draper. Yeah, that sounds about like the leftist tactics. But it would seem that both of these guys are being used for trying to oust them. Now, maybe, just maybe, these two guys, Connolly and Draper, are being targeted because they are not going with the agenda of the Democrats and progressives. So these two guys are being targeted and ousted for more left-leaning judges. And especially in Draper's case, in Draper's race, he's going up against a Pakistan gay Muslim. They mentioned it, not me. They mentioned the guy as Pakistani, who's been here for a long time and is gay, but a gay Muslim. Very strange. Connolly's past admonishments by the State Commission include complaints that he yelled at attorneys for appearing remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. He yelled at attorneys? The judge also told recently acquitted defendant that he knew the man was guilty, records show. So, this guy is like, wait a second. This guy, this defendant in particular, was guilty. And you're letting him go? I think we are seeing the kinds of races that we're looking at here. We're already beginning to have an idea of what we're going up against, at least with two of these races. This is with two of these races, Judge of the Superior Court number 2 and Judge of Superior Court number 116. The race that has Pat Connolly and Paul A. Thompson. This is actually really good stuff. And anybody who happens upon this particular section of the video, it would be worth your while to look into this, especially if you're a California voter, because this is commonplace among a lot of different other places around the country that are more covered by the media than something like this. I'm probably the only streamer, and I have no audience here, but I'm the only streamer that's going over this that can see the pattern of the rest of the country in this race. A judge that told a recently acquitted defendant that he knew the man was guilty, records show. This man was trying to keep someone who had committed crimes, probably committed horrific crimes, off of the streets. But the justice system, yet again, let the man go. Whoever it was, the criminal go. Let the criminal go for whatever reason. Usually it's because of a demographic issue. I don't think it's as much as I've said I don't think it's as much what I've said as how I have said it. I think they have taken issue with the terms that I've used. Probably so. You were too mean, you were too direct, and you hurt people's feelings. Even though what you might have said was the correct take. In California especially, with all of the Democrats, it's always feelings first, not the actual thing. So it might have been that whatever Connolly was making comments on, he was correct. This guy, whatever this criminal did, he did was criminal. And he should have been put behind bars. But the court system that he was overseeing, I guess at the time, didn't think that way. For whatever reason, usually it's a demographic trying to trying to keep the statistics from getting any higher because there's one more going into the system like this. Connolly said, noting he has never been accused of ethical violations or moral impropriety. Yeah, that is a lesson of, you said the wrong things and have insulted me, therefore we're not gonna go with whatever you just said. Which is sad if that's true. A legal expert raised questions in 2023 about the propriety of Connolly seeking to disqualify a fellow judge from ruling on a petition to resentence a convicted cop killer that Connolly had prosecuted in the late 2000s. Oh! The State Commission is also currently reviewing 2 additional complaints against Connolly, according to emails seen by The Times. Connolly said he couldn't comment on either situation. In an interview with The Times, Connolly said he was surprised by the venom Thompson had injected into the race. I don't blame him. Considering it seems like the people going after him don't want him to speak on the fact that people who've committed crimes should be convicted and go to jail for a long time. Especially if it's somebody that he himself had judged on earlier on in his career and is now coming back. It's like seeing a ghost. Seeing someone from your past, an old villain, come back to haunt you once again. And this time, this old villain has the backing of the current system behind him and is looking to achieve what you yourself was responsible for stopping back then. I don't blame him if that's how for him feeling this way, especially if it means that the guy that he previously sentenced, that he previously convicted, was gonna go free yet again. He sees himself as a fair jurist with a knack for finding creative solutions to cases that balance public safety and alternatives to incarceration. In 2022, court records show he negotiated a plea deal for an NFL player facing prison time for weapons charges, ordering him to organize sports camps for underprivileged youth. Weapons charges. See, a weapons charge, I could see being shown, being told, okay, you might be able to go back onto the streets, but you got to do this, this, and this first. So, that progressivism doesn't really fall far, but I'm one of those who listens to both sides, who gives both sides the opportunity to voice their positions. Connolly enjoys the support of many sitting judges and law enforcement leaders, including former District Attorney Steve Cooley and the head of the court's criminal division, Robert Ocampo. Thompson says some of Connolly's allies on the bench have come after his supporters. When Thompson launched his campaign, he published an endorsement from LA County Superior Court Judge Scott Yang on his campaign website. Within weeks, Thompson said Yang asked him to take the endorsement down, claiming he was being pressured by other judges. Seems we're having a judge infighting here in California. Yang, who presides over a court in the Antelope Valley, said his colleagues on the bench exhibited a gangster mentality when they told him to withdraw his endorsement in a judicial election, according to a text message reviewed by The Times. They were going to target him. They were going to run at him. They were potentially going to make false disciplinary reports around him, Thompson said. Okay, buddy. Connolly was not accused of being involved in the alleged harassment and declined to discuss the matter. Yang did not respond to multiple requests for comment. A court spokesperson said they had not received any reports of threats made against Yang, but a law enforcement source said Yang told them he was harassed by fellow judges over his endorsement of Thompson. The source spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of reprisals from the bench. This might be worth looking into on a separate day, because why is it that the judges seem to be fighting each other right now? The conflict has generated whispers among LA County judges, one of whom excuse me. Oh shoot. One of whom requested anonymity due to concerns of backlash for speaking publicly. Word of the threats raised against Yang, the judge said, left some fearing they too could face retribution for breaking ranks. It's totally concerning, the judge said, how different it is than the deputy gangs. How different is that than the deputy gangs? It would seem that the judge gangs have beef with each other. How strange is it that the impartial judges seem to have grown a tribe with each other for whatever reason? And all because it would seem that Connolly in particular, Pat Connolly, is facing not retribution, but controversy over following the law? From Thompson, who's saying like, oh, well, you can't just follow the law, man. Like, what are you doing following the law and judging based off the law? Even though Pat Connolly is complaining that a person that was previously convicted is being acquitted, even though he was guilty, even though the acquittal is happening to someone who had a previous conviction to a previous conviction that Pat Connolly was present for and helped to convict, basically. That was really poorly worded, but basically Pat Connolly helped to get this guy behind bars, and now he's seeing this guy again, and he's actually being let off the hook, it would seem. Even though it would appear that the guy should not be left off the hook, whoever it is. If there's more, and in 2023, it looks like the propriety of Connolly seeking to disqualify a fellow judge from ruling on a petition to resentence a convicted cop killer that Connolly had prosecuted in the late 2000s. They let a guy off the hook for killing cops, and it's like, see, this is why you gotta. Judges are just as important as the legislatures that put the law for them to judge and interpret. Because if the judicial system is going to let people who have committed crimes off the hook, we don't have a judicial system. We just don't. Because people who should be getting consequences for their actions aren't getting consequences, they're just being let off the hook. And if you want a civilized society, you can't just let people who kill cops off the hook. Why? For what? That's breaking a law. For going up against law enforcement, etc., etc. Anyway, that was actually 2 races. We got past 2 races. So, next one I wanted to look at was Crystal Litz. No. Oh, I guess we can just look at the LA Times version. The LA Times, it was previously mentioned that the LA Times has judge ratings for all the different judges that are being put on the ballots this year. Let's look at it, shall we? In the LA Times, Superior Court Judge Office 2, Robert S. Draper. We looked at Robert S. Draper in an article about him, but what does the LA Times have to say? Joined powerhouse firm Mulvaney and Myers in 1968 and made partner in 1976. So he's been around the block a few times, as evidenced by him being 84 and still being on the docket. In 2012, then Governor Jerry Brown appointed Draper to the Los Angeles County Superior Court, where he now presides over high-value business disputes and complex civil matters. Previous assignments include juvenile... I skipped this one because, whatever. Started from... It's right there. You can read it. Previous assignments include juvenile dependency and civil litigation. juvenile dependency, and civil litigation. That is yet another note to note about why he's getting so much shit thrown at him. Priorities in his courtroom include fairness and efficiency. That's what they all say. This means keeping cases moving, requiring preparation from counsel, and making timely decisions so litigants are not left waiting, he said in an email. Keeping cases moving, requiring prep, and timely decisions. That's what every judge seems to look for, or every judge offers when they say that they're going to be a judge. Arrives as Draper, 84, faces professional scrutiny. In January, the Commission on Judicial Performance issued a 56-page inquiry, launching a proceeding that will examine whether he committed willful misconduct in office, exhibited a persistent failure or inability to perform duties, or acted with prejudicial conduct. So we're getting this guy, they're trying to get this guy on the fact that he said some mean words to people who didn't like hearing those mean words. That seems stupid. The 7 counts include an appeals court decision invalidating a $10 million judgment reached in his courtroom. The appellate court noted that Draper made extreme and bizarre comments at a post-trial motions hearing, and during the trial issued arbitrary and capricious evidentiary rulings. He's a judge. Why can't he do that? Draper said he intended to fight the charges. The charges rely on statements that have been taken out of context and do not accurately reflect the record, he told the Times, adding that the pending litigation limits his ability to respond. I welcome a public proceeding where the facts can be fully examined and understood. This guy sounds like he is trying to fight the system that aims to take him out of the running on trumped up charges, as it were. Draper, who has been working in the world of law for about 6 decades, is on leave from the bench. A presiding judge determined he was unfit to hear cases, mainly because of his health. Draper told the Times he has Parkinson's disease, which does not affect his intellectual capacity to hear cases. So he's open about it. He's open about hearing it, which means that at least he's better on admitting that something is happening to him than Joe Biden during his tenure. So I have a little more reason to believe that this guy still has his wits about him more than Joe ever did. Serving on the Superior Court has been the greatest honor of my professional life. I've taken that responsibility seriously every day, and I intend to defend my record and continue serving. The Los Angeles County Bar Association rated him as unqualified for office, one of only 3 candidates across all races to receive the designation. Damn. Tal K. Valbuena, District Deputy Attorney of Los Angeles County. Valbuena immigrated to the United States from Karachi, Pakistan in 2000. He began career as a financial auditor, but changed paths after he served as a juror, and he says on his campaign website, I witnessed a black man targeted because of his race and charged... Targeted because of his race and charged with murder. I'm sure that as a juror, you're going to be coming across many a case where you'll have people who are put on trial for crimes that they have allegedly committed. The reason we say allegedly is because we don't know for sure. That's why evidence comes out during these things. That's why we have evidence. That's why we have court cases to determine whether or not the cases made, the charges made against the people for whom these cases are about is actually true or not. Just saying I witnessed a black man targeted because of his race and charged with murder doesn't say anything about the legitimacy of whether those charges are appropriate or not. Did he actually murder? In which case, there's no targeting about it. The black man just committed murder and should be jailed for it. It doesn't matter whether he's black, white, Asian, what have you. If he committed murder, there's no targeting. He just got caught. And now, as a juror, you need to examine that and think, well, he committed murder, so he should probably not be released to the public again due to the fact that he might commit murder again. For whatever the reasons were. He should face the consequences for his action. This statement does not bode well for the impartiality of his judgments should they come to his desk. Should they come to his desk. He passed the bar in 2014, worked on the civil litigation at a law firm, and in 2016 became an LA County prosecutor. After handling general felonies and misdemeanors in the adult, criminal, and juvenile courts, he was assigned in 2022 to the mental health division. I have worked extensively with issues of competency, insanity, and mentally disordered offenders, requiring close collaboration with medical experts and careful application of nuanced legal standards. He said in an email, nuanced legal standards. Nuanced. Priorities include ensuring access to justice within the courtroom, partly by being attentive to language and cultural barriers. Yikes. Valbuena is the treasurer of the Southern California chapter of the South Asian Bar Association, sits on the LA County LGBTQ+ Commission, and teaches a college course on legal rights. Oh no. And he wants to be a judge now? So, this gay Muslim man from Pakistan goes on to work in the mental health portion of LA County, in the mental health division in LA County as a prosecutor. Who deals with competency, insanity, and mentally disordered offenders. And is also part of the LGBTQ+ commission, while also teaching college courses on legal rights. I don't know about you, but that doesn't exactly bode well of someone who is going to be impartial about the system and the laws that govern our country. And especially the laws that govern Los Angeles specifically, LA County. That sounds like a guy that has a very much a preferential way of looking at the law, but not exactly looking at the law according to what is necessary and what is needed. Mentally disordered offenders. It doesn't really sound like this guy is going to be really all that impartial when it comes to when he gets cases, depending on what kind of person you are, personality-wise, demographically, and your mental faculties. He's going to take those into account, but he won't exactly, but those will take priority over what the law says. Because we've seen that time and time again all over the country of judges who have an affinity for people who are in quote unquote minority groups and demographics and think, wait a second, this guy or girl is part of a minority that is oppressed of some kind. Therefore, I won't be a part of adding to the statistic of these people committing crime. I won't be part of that statistic. Acquit them. That's what it usually leads to, at least these days. This guy sounds more like an activist than an actual judge, is basically what I'm saying. Now we get to go on to the other ones that I have only briefly touched on. I think the Los Angeles Times gives a good, just general overview, especially with all of these bar ratings. Superior Court Judge Office 14. Angie Christides, LA County Deputy District Attorney, bar rating qualified. Christides has more than 2 decades of experience as a Deputy District Attorney. According to her campaign website, she spent 8 years, 5 in the Hardcore Gang Investigation Unit, conducting serious felony trials primarily in Compton. Her case log includes more than 25 murder trials and 2 death penalty cases. Christides previously served in the Long Beach Superior Court, where she ran the Veterans Court Program, reviewing requests for alternative sentencing and mental health diversion petitions. I have seen firsthand how the justice system affects everyone involved, victims, defendants, and families alike, and that perspective informs my approach to every case, she said in an email. Priority include bridging a trust gap between the public and the legal system. She aims to improve access to justice, partly by reducing unnecessary delays. Access to justice. No idea what that means, but unless you're gonna try to go after like the big and powerful who seem to have all the money to who seem to have all the money to circumvent the justice system, I don't know what you mean. To illustrate her point, she recalled being assigned murder cases a decade old before reaching trial. Outside of work, Christides teaches yoga and surfing to underprivileged youth. Yoga, huh? I see. Irene Lee, LA County Deputy District Attorney, bar waiting, well qualified. Lee launched her legal career in 2007 as a clerk in the district attorney's organized crime division, primarily prosecuting hate crimes. Hate crimes. Oh, whoa. The following year, she became a deputy district attorney focused on domestic violence and child abuse cases. 2021, she joined the county council assigned to juvenile dependency court. What is it with all these people seemingly coming into being juries, all coming from the child division? Every single one. So far. We've seen that they come from the child division or juvenile dependency court. Like this one, her coming from juvenile something rather, I think, right? Underprivileged youth, and Valbuena teaches a college course and also does things for the youth, basically college course, young people anyway. She served as a legal advisor to the county sheriff's department and last year became a special assistant to district attorney Nathan Hochman. Her duties include recruiting a new hires diversity panel, and a fentanyl awareness campaign. Diversity panel. Oh boy. Lee's priorities include expanding civic engagement and language accessibility, with an aim to demystify legal proceedings for students and non-native English speakers. She hopes to bolster collaboration between the criminal and juvenile dependency systems, writing, "I have seen how families often navigate these systems simultaneously, yet the systems rarely communicate with one another." She volunteers in a 5th grade classroom through the Project Lead legal education program and is president of the Korean Prosecutors Association. I see. New hires diversity panel and a fentanyl awareness campaign. Alright, that's it for Judge Office 1464. There are 3 candidates to Judge Office 64. Or, sorry, not 3. 4 candidates to Judge Office 64. No, there are 3. 4 offices is 65 and 131. Those have 4 candidates to them. Francisco Frank Amador, an attorney. He's not qualified, apparently. Amador, and I tried looking this guy up before the stream as well. I didn't really get anything other than this guy has been a Marine previously in his younger days, and then a policeman in his slightly older days, and now he's looking to be a judge, which, you know, good for him kind of thing. He's got experience in discipline. Amador, a bankruptcy attorney, did not respond to interview requests. He won admission to the bar in 2001 and, according to his campaign website, served as a U.S. Marine and police officer. "I promise to do a good job and serve the community in a neutral and unbiased manner," he states on his site. Yeah, I saw that. I read that as well. Under the name Frank Amador, he ran for and lost a Los Angeles County Superior Court judicial seat in 2022. As Francisco Amador, he failed in a 2024 run in the judgeship in Imperial County. And that's it about him. There's nothing to really say. Maria Gobadi, LA County Deputy District Attorney, bar rating well qualified. As a child, Gobadi and her family fled Iran during the Islamic Revolution, settling in Southern California. She might have some thoughts about what's going on in Iran right now, or at least she should. I'd like to think she does. In 2007, she joined the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office, where she prosecuted misdemeanors and felonies and later served in the domestic violence and child abduction units. Now, I can't hear anything. Never mind. In 2015, she joined the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, where she handles complex murder and other cases in the gang homicide division. Last year, she prosecuted a man accused of killing a 13-year-old boy who was waiting for his mother to finish work at a Pico Rivera gas station. Well, that's really sad. Gobadi has completed 21 homicide trials, 85 jury trials, and more than 1,500 preliminary hearings. Her priorities are ensuring dignity and respect in the courtroom and effective time management. Unnecessary delays or cases that languish in the system can undermine both due process and access to justice. Why do these people keep saying access to justice? I don't know what that means. She served as a board member at Saddleback Community College in Mission Viejo and the Waymakers Foundation, and volunteered in a 5th grade classroom through Project Lead. She volunteered in free health clinics in college. 5th grade classroom through Project Lead. That's the second lady that has, yeah, that's the second one. Irene Lee has also done the same thing. Okay, Rhonda A. Heyman, the third candidate in the Superior Court office number 65 race. Most of Heyman's 26-year, she's a public defender and is rated as qualified. Most of Heyman's 26-year legal career has been in the public defender's office, handling juvenile and adult cases that range from petty theft to homicide. I have more reason to believe public defenders in their ability to judge cases due to the fact that as a public defender, you basically are one of the only people, if not the only person, that has to defend the indefensible. You are the one that basically has to take a murderer's side and claim that he or she did not murder him or her. Which is a tough job on its face. Like, one of the toughest, if not the toughest job on its face, because the job of a public defender literally calls for you to defend the indefensible. So somebody that has to do a job like that, in my eyes at least, has a little more respect. Now, this is also comes from the fact that JJK, one of the more prominent characters in Jujutsu Kaisen, JJK, is a public defender who had a slam dunk case of an innocent man, but due to the Japanese court system and their 99 very high rate of conviction, this guy fought for the right reasons for a guy that was innocent, but the system convicted him anyway. Now, the United States is not Japan. We actually, if you can win a case, if you can present enough evidence, you can win your defense case. In fact, a lot of the times that we see people being vindicated is through defense. Johnny Depp, defense. Actually, no, that wasn't a defense case, but Trump a whole bunch of times, defense cases, able to successfully fight them. Most people getting sued, defense cases usually win those. So, as a public defender, you're basically called on trial to defend the indefensible. So, there's a little bit more of a there's a little bit more credibility to a public defender than most other lawyers, at least in my eyes. I have tried over 100 jury trials and have lost only 4, she said, adding that one loss was later overturned. The Southern California native, who also has been assigned to the Restorative Justice Drug Court and the Law Enforcement Accountability and Integrity Unit, LEAIU, where she consulted on police misconduct cases. She taught for 6 years as an adjunct professor at Southwestern Law School and serves on its Women in Leadership Board. Okay, we got a feminist in the judicial system. Got it. Heyman ran for a judicial seat in 2024, losing to incumbent judge Lynn Diane Olson. The electoral challenge followed a courtroom conflict in which Olson held Heyman in contempt. Heyman contends the judge misused her power and that the state bar imposed no corrective measures following a review. I wonder why. Their decision to take no action speaks volumes, Heyman told The Times. The experience taught her what it feels like not to have equal access to justice. Ensuring such courtroom access would be a priority for her. There's context missing with that claim. 65. The one with 4 different races. Justin Allen Clayton LA County Public Defender. Another one. Qualified. Los Angeles native who attended public schools, Clayton earned his law license in 2012. In a decade as a public defender, he's handled more than 1,000 adult and hundreds of juvenile cases. He has served as deputy in charge of the Inglewood branch since 2023, he says, functioning as a working supervisor, conducts arraignments, appears on behalf of defendants at hearings, and oversees and trains attorneys on case preparation, trial strategy, and a client's competency to stand trial. He would improve court efficiency with clear calendaring practices and firm and fair deadline enforcement. By encouraging meaningful settlement discussions where appropriate and ensuring that all parties are prepared, I would reduce unnecessary delays while protecting each litigant's right to be heard. Okay, and that's it for that guy. Chile G. Jimenez, an attorney, qualified. Jimenez opened a family law practice in Palmdale more than 2 decades ago, handling divorce, custody, spousal and child support, workers' compensation, personal injury, and other civil matters. Clients range from technology professionals and stay-at-home parents to military families in the LGBTQ+ community, she said. Another woman. I have represented thousands of clients in complex family law cases that dealt with domestic violence and child custody, she said in an email. A priority is enhancing court efficiency with Zoom and other remote capabilities. She aims to expand access to justice by supporting funding that allows more self-represented litigants to utilize Los Angeles County's self-help centers. In addition to her career, Jimenez has served as a mentor in the state bar program that provides oversight and guidance to provisionally licensed lawyers. She scored high school mock trial competitions since 2015. This lady, what it sounds like, this lady has done a bunch of family law and is a part of the LGBTQ community and stuff. Military families, stay-at-home parents. She basically is saying that she would, as a judge, would rely more on Zoom meetings than in-person meetings, because not everybody has access to technology, even though we're in a first world country, and I see countlessly on the streets a bunch of people who don't have homes have phones instead. Smartphones at that. You don't have to show up to court, just show up to your Zoom meeting that you can easily just not show up to. I mean, people don't show up to court either, but at least with a physical showing, you are put on, you are actually held to account in a way that a Zoom meeting just doesn't track. Samuel Wallach Krause, attorney and legal author, qualified. A partner at Hall Benefits Law, Krause specializes in the Federal Employee Retirement Income Security Act, executive compensation, employee benefits, and fiduciary and tax matters. He has worked for an international law firm and, according to his campaign website, served as legal officer and general counsel for California Schools VEBA, a public employee benefits organization. Krause has contributed to 3 books on law and volunteered as a temporary Superior Court judge. So, his decision to run for office was propelled by 2023 spinal cord injury and a 2-year recovery. Learning to live with a disability has helped me to better understand, on a personal level, some of the issues faced by marginalized communities with respect to access to the justice system, he said in an email. I want to take this and everything I have learned over my career and put it to work helping make the system better. marginalized communities. Those are buzzwords. His priorities would be improving accessibility and efficiency and ensuring that everyone is treated fairly, respectfully, and without bias. All I have to say is good luck with that, but marginalized communities. That's a whistle word. That's the whistle word for me, at least, for today, because whistling, oh no, marginalized communities. So how is he going to handle, the question I would just ask him would be, how is he going to handle cases where the people on trial are those that are part of these marginalized communities and have committed crimes in these marginalized communities? What is he going to do if for some reason he gets a flood of just marginalized community crime and stuff like that? What is he going to do then? And how is he going to handle the convictions and criminals thereof? And finally, you have Anna Slotky Raytano, Deputy County Counsel. Raytani won admission to the bar in 2009 and worked for over 10 years in the public defender's office. She spent 3 years representing juvenile clients, primarily felonies, as well as some drug cases, followed by 5 years working on adult felony trials, serving mostly indigent defendants. So, she but as a public defender, she basically worked with the unworkable, people who just would not obey, would not listen to reason. That's not what I'm looking for. Would not, basically the crazies, you know? When representing those without means, she focused on mental health diversion and treatment to support rehabilitation in cases where the client was amenable, she said in an email. Indigent. People who are just incorrigible and just don't understand that they're in a court of law and thus need to have decorum. In May 2024, she joined the Justice and Safety Division of the County Council's office, where she supervises civil litigation and advises county departments. She would prioritize maintaining trust in the legal system, tapping into her experience in defense, prosecution, and civil litigation. She aims to enhance access to justice by ensuring clear communication and consistent availability of interpreters. Raytano said her approach is informed by having a brother with schizophrenia. Schizo for a brother. Oh wow. This has given me a deeper understanding of both the challenges of individuals and families face and the ways in which the system can fall short in addressing those needs, he said. She lost the run for a judicial seat in 2022. Okay. This lady aims to come at the judge's seat from a mental health end. If you're crazy, she's got you. She understands where you're coming from because she has a family member who's crazy. Not to talk too badly upon her brother who has schizophrenia, but 66 has got two people, Ben Forer and Cheryl C. Turner. Benny Forer, Deputy District Attorney, well qualified. Oh, this dude is good, it looks like. Forer has spent most of 2 decades in the Cyber Crime Division. This guy deals with internet bullying and mean words on the internet. According to his campaign website, where he is lead prosecutor, he's worked in the felony trials and mental health units, and he teaches a cyber law and privacy class at USC's engineering school, writes legal textbooks, and gives lectures to law enforcement agencies, including the Secret Service nationwide. His priorities are a fair, patient, and accessible courtroom, and utilizing his expertise in technology, cyber law, and the fourth, unreasonable searches, and fifth, due process amendments. I would use that background to handle digital evidence questions thoughtfully and consistently, so that cases involving phones, apps, and online activity are resolved on actual facts and law, not confusion about the technology. You know what? I like that. I like that approach because, for some reason, for all of our technological advancements, especially in America, our courtrooms don't seem to be all that technologically advanced. So we have Zoom meetings, Zoom court cases and stuff like that, but something always seems to mess up. Bad audio, mics don't work, people and the video feeds cut out. So having someone, a judge that actually knows the technology and is able to kind of blast through most of the technical aspects is useful. What that would entail in terms of properly judging has yet to be seen, because he's on the bench. But someone who is at least technologically capable is cool, especially for all of these technologically illiterate judges that we currently have for whatever the fuck reason. I would use the background. Okay. Forer is an ordained rabbi. Oh, he's a Jew who mentors clerks and others entering the legal field. His website details working with psychologists and psychiatrists to craft diversion programs and treatment plans for justice-involved people with mental illness. Justice-involved people with mental illness. That is a... Justice-involved people with mental illness. Well, okay. There are going to be points. There are going to be points off for him because he's a Jew, but not to me, because I really don't see the hate for Jews. But that's a separate topic. At least he's technologically competent. There's a bunch of dust in here. I need to hit it with a. That's what I'm smelling right now. Why I'm starting to I'm just breathing in dust now. Anywho. Cheryl C. Turner, attorney, bar rating qualified. No, if I open the window, it's gonna be real bad. Qualified. Turner passed the bar in 1987. Clerked as an extern. Damn, these words, man. Turner passed the bar in 1987, clerked as an extern for a U.S. District Court judge, and worked at a firm on class action lawsuits. Lawsuits with multiple parties suing one party. She later established her own practice where she mostly handles civil litigation, including real estate, land use, zoning, and development. In addition, she takes wrongful termination and other employment cases, banking and finance litigation, and criminal defense. Turner also serves as a temporary superior court judge. Fairness and accountability are her campaign priorities. I will ensure that all parties, regardless of their background or status, fully understand the legal process and what they are facing, she said. Someone else said pretty much the same thing. In 2021, she became board chair of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. She previously ran unsuccessfully for the state senate and assembly. So she tried at one point to run for state assembly and lost. Okay. That's not a knock against her, but yeah. So between a Jew who is involved, who has programs and treatment plans for justice-involved people with mental illness, that's a fancy way of basically saying that people who are involved in the justice system who are mental illness, anyway. But technologically savvy. So at least he would know how to get around the technological aspects of and pitfalls of the court system. 81! 81. We're almost through the contested races. Dan Kapelovitz, attorney and experimental filmmaker, qualified. A former features editor at Hustler magazine, so he's a journalist. Kapelovitz became a lawyer in 2009. He joined a corporate law firm, clerked for a federal judge, and worked for the city attorney before founding his criminal defense practice in 2013. Kapelovitz focuses on felony defense, though he handles everything from disturbing the peace to murder. These days, we don't really have any disturbing the peace cases because everything... We don't have peace. We have problems, always. It's not the quote, but it's funny that I said it that way. For a client base that is 90% indigent, he provides pro bono representation in animal rights cases, ending a two-tiered system in which affluent and poor clients often have different results, especially when it comes to attaining bail, and eliminating courtroom bias are among his campaign priorities. Okay. Most judges are good, but too many of them are biased either toward the prosecution or the defense, he said. Kapelovitz's ballot designation refers his experimental films, which include 2012's Triple Fisher, The Lethal Lolitas of Long Island. Ooh. The Lethal Lolitas of Long Island. Wow, what a title. This is at least Kapelovitz's fourth try for office, following failed runs for LA County District Attorney in 2024, State Attorney General in 2022, and governor in the 2021 recall campaign. Kapelovitz, okay. He's an experimental filmmaker only because, like, he made some films in the past. But otherwise, he's a former editor, so he knows how to frame stories. He knows how to frame papers. For Hustler magazine. Okay. Well, that's something. David Walgren, a Superior Court judge, this guy is up for re-election, and Kapelovitz is trying to challenge him. Exceptionally well qualified. Damn, this guy is good. This guy is real good. Why is he being challenged? Los Angeles native Walgren earned his law degree in 1995 and began work as a deputy district attorney. Over 17 years, he rose through specialized units, including the Hardcore Gang and Major Crimes Divisions, where, in 2011, he won the involuntary manslaughter conviction of Dr. Conrad Murray. Oh, shit. Who prescribed the propofol that led to Michael Jackson's overdose death. Oh, damn. He oversaw that. David Walgren. No wonder he's exceptionally well qualified. He's got that under his belt. The Los Angeles County Bar Association named Walgren Prosecutor of the Year in 2012. The same year then, Governor Jerry Brown appointed him to serve on the Superior Court. Walgren said his top courtroom priority is ensuring that cases are handled fairly and efficiently with timely decisions, like everyone else. But it's straight. This one, at least, is straight and forward and to the point. I run a disciplined courtroom and focus on applying the law consistently so that outcomes are based on the facts, not delay or confusion, he said in an email. A related aim is maintaining confidence in the system with respect. When the court is fair, efficient, and respectful, the system works the way it is supposed to. That's good. I mean, Nothing different than what everyone else has said about their superior, about their wanting to be a judge. It's, something about fair, efficient, respectful, timely decisions, and no delays or confusions and whatnot. So far, everybody has said this, so that's quickly become a nothing burger slogan. You're just supposed to do that as a court judge. But he's got Conrad Murray under his belt, and he's being challenged by an experimental filmmaker. 87. Oh shoot. Oh, that changed. Okay. These little synopses for the various judge candidates are good little insights, at least to how little insights to what these judges are going to be doing in so far the most impartial way possible, without looking up each and every single candidate's campaign page or other articles on them. Can't really get too much information about them outside of just, things like the Los Angeles Times. And I know that the Los Angeles Times, being the only one to look at these guys, outside of myself, of course, is a bit biased. But so far, they have all of them here in one place, so this is a good, at least, starting point. Maybe on a different stream, a different broadcast, we can look into each one of these guys separately, like we did for Valbuena and Draper. Man, I'm already starting to lose my lose track of what I'm saying and stuff like that. Judge Office of 87. Number 87, Anthony A.J. Bain, LA County Deputy Public Defender. Well qualified. Bain's 3-decade career has been dominated by 25 years as a Deputy Public Defender. He started with misdemeanors and moved up the ranks to special circumstances cases in which defendants faced enhanced sentences, including the death penalty. He spent 19 years in the Compton Courthouse, including supervising misdemeanor trial deputies as deputy in charge. Excuse me. Bain is an inventor with patent-pending applications for artificial intelligence tools designed to aid attorneys with workflow automation. That work feeds into one of his campaign priorities, leveraging AI and technology to address heavy caseloads. He's going to be the bane of the existence of plenty of people who are against AI. An AI judge of sorts. I would actively engage with court administration and the Judicial Council to identify where technology can reduce friction, and I would be a vocal advocate for modernizing court infrastructure, he said in an email. We kind of need that, so he's got points so far. Easing case backlogs, which can result in extended pre-trial detention for defendants, is another priority. He would identify and address systemic bottlenecks that delay resolution. Outside of work, he practices jiu-jitsu and is trained in the self-defense techniques of Krav Maga. Huh. Okay. A public defender that can fight. A lawyer that can fight. A lawyer that can fight. David DeJute, law professor, attorney, qualified. DeJute started as a litigator with law firms 35 years ago. followed by nearly a decade as vice president of litigation at Sony Pictures. We have a corporate lawyer. In 2005, he became an assistant U.S. attorney, serving for 11 years and handling 10 trials. He successfully defended President Obama against birther lawsuits challenging his eligibility to hold office. Well, well, well. The birther accusations of whether or not President Obama was actually born in the United States, was actually born in Hawaii. I've looked at those birth certificates, by the way. I looked at just on my own time, I had looked at what those birthers allegations were back then. You know, and Trump saying, "Oh, well, should he have been in the should he have been? Is he really from America?" and stuff like that. I looked at those, and it really did turn out that people, it seemed like, especially those that were against Obama at the time and calling him, you know, someone who wasn't born in the United States. He was born in the United States. It's his dad who was Kenyan. That was never pointed out by people who were defending Obama as having been born in Hawaii. Obama was born in Hawaii. It's just that his dad is named Barack Hussein Obama as well as him, but the Obama that became president was Barack Hussein Obama the third. He was number 3. But in all the official texts, in all the official and federal documents showcasing Obama, they have never added the 3. So I guess, and I bet this is what I'm thinking happened at the time that sparked the whole thing, was people see that this guy was Barack Hussein Obama, and that was it. And when they went to look up that name, what came out was his father, who is from Kenya and was born in Kenya. But because they wanted to have a gotcha on Obama, they never really checked the fact that his father was the one that was not born in the United States, even though Obama the third was. So it was a stupid controversy to come out, and probably also helped further the notion that Republicans were just against, and Trump especially, were against Obama and everything Obama was doing. Helped stir up that entire narrative because they didn't bother to go check behind whether they were talking about Obama the father or Obama the third in this case. DeJute joined Mickelman and Robinson in 2017, working in the complex litigation group. His priorities on the bench would be to uphold the rule of law and ensure due process. I've experienced discrimination, which I abhor when directed to me or to anyone else. And DeJute said, who is gay, every person deserves to be heard and treated with dignity and respect. The son of a judge, DeJute teaches an adjunct law professor at Pepperdine University, where he and others provide free legal services to victims of the Palisades and Eaton fires. All right then. DeJute, I've experienced discrimination as a gay man. Okay then. Doesn't really say anything about how he would handle the cases that would come across his desk, but I guess that's for more pointed and more specific looking at for this guy. But I guess it's cool that he was part of the movement that helped clear Obama of the birther allegations and stuff. Cherise Sanders Gordon, LA Deputy City Attorney, qualified. A one-time elementary school teacher in Watts, Gordon, entered law school after seeing how violence impacted her students. She has been a deputy city attorney for more than a quarter century. In 2002, she helped launch the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, working with the LA Police Department's 77th Street Station. After an assignment directing the city attorney's prostitution diversion project, she spent 10 years leading the Neighborhood School Safety Program, which works with police and community groups to protect LA Unified campuses. She started in the city attorney's filing division, where she files an array of misdemeanor cases and trains police on filing guidelines in 2023. Gordon has served as temporary judge in the Superior Court and has been a mock trial judge for student competitions. Her priorities are ensuring fair and impartial justice and enhancing trust. My career has been grounded in service, Gordon said in an email. I understand that trust in the judicial system has developed when communities feel seen, heard, and protected. So they say. 116. We already saw part of this race beforehand. Pat Connolly, a Superior Court judge. Well qualified. Connolly, the son of a police chief, started as a prosecutor working on homicides and gang-related matters, which he termed the most serious cases in the system. That includes the 2008 conviction of a man who killed an off-duty sheriff's deputy. Later that year, Connolly won a Superior Court seat in what he calls a high-volume courtroom. His duties include running a program that offers treatment to qualified individuals as an alternative to incarceration. The court system only works if cases move, he said. That requires a judge who is willing to take responsibility, keep things on track, and apply the law without hesitation. Also true. You kind of, because of the volume of cases that come in, because people who would break the law and stuff like that, you got to keep things moving so that you can always get to the next, so that you can get to the next case and make sure that the catalog doesn't get big and you become overwhelmed and things stay in the system for long periods of time. A lot of the time that people keep complaining about how slow the justice system is comes from the fact that I don't think judges really take into account that a lot of these lower level cases kind of come and go and can be easily litigated and prosecuted on quite easily. And for him to say that he wants to try and fast track that is a solid campaign slogan for why you want to be a judge. That being said, fast tracking has its problems in that you could just judge wrong. But I would think that at least for the smaller cases, this can be adjudicated on, versus larger cases like homicides and complex cases where it's not so cut and dry. That's when those cases are taken under his wing, under his eye, and given more focus. Connolly has been admonished 3 times by the California Commission on Judicial Performance, most recently in 2021, for 2 incidents. In one, the commission found that he displayed improper demeanor to 2 attorneys early in the pandemic. In the other, he was faulted for an inappropriate remark when he told an acquitted defendant the verdict was a gift from God because there's no question in my mind that you're guilty of this crime. Really?
Really? In an interview with The Times, Connolly defended his comments. In the former instance, he rejected an assertion that he had spoken sarcastically to the attorneys and said that they asked him to release defendants facing serious charges without providing the paperwork to back up their claims. In the latter, he said he did not what?
Impugn? I guess that's the word. In the latter, he said he did not impugn the jurors who were not present, but was advising the just acquitted defendant to stay out of trouble. Okay. That's a little different than the AOL thing, saying that he basically was saying that he
was worried that the person that was being acquitted was still guilty and the system was just letting the guilty man go. It might still be the case, but this is a little tamer than what that AOL did.
And then what that AOL article mentioned. At no point in time did I mean, or was it my intent, to disparage a jury, Connolly said. It was to try and make a difference. Perhaps I should have said it differently, but I said what I meant. But what I said I meant, and I mean it today. Good. Don't really apologize. He kind of did. He said, maybe I should have said it differently, but I stand by what I said, so good on him. Outside the courtroom, he coaches young youth flag football. Cool. Paul A. Thompson, LA County Deputy District Attorney, qualified. Thompson earned his law degree in 2006, joining the District Attorney's office the following year. In 2013, he prosecuted sexual assault and domestic violence at the Compton Courthouse. 3 years later, he joined the Sex Crimes Division downtown, and in 2019, he was recognized as a Special Unit Prosecutor of the Month for work on a rape and murder trial. Later that year, he investigated Harvey Weinstein, and in January 2020, he filed sexual assault charges against the former studio executive. Thompson served as the lead prosecutor when a jury convicted Weinstein of rape and other charges in 2022. So he was part of the lawyer part of the lawyer portion of the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement itself was something different, but he was part of the litigation aspect against Harvey Weinstein and stuff, which is good. You know, Harvey Weinstein, not a good guy. Thompson is now assigned to the Major Crimes Division, where he focuses on prosecuting murder and cold cases. He said in an email he is running because I believe that judges should serve humbly and follow the laws, not fight them, particularly more recent laws dealing with reducing prison overcrowding and granting diversion. Granting diversion.
Prison overcrowding. Prison overcrowding. I don't think we have a prison overcrowding problem, more so than we have not enough people going into prisons when they should be. Or they're just counting detentions as prison sentences, and that's just wrong on its face. That's just incorrect
interpretation on its face. He's also been highly critical of his opponent, alleging Connolly's supporters applied undue pressure to a judge who endorsed him. Connolly was not accused of having anything to do with the matter and declined to discuss it with the Times. However, Thompson alleged that his supporter received career-related threats from those in support of his opponent. Yeah, that's what we saw from the AOL article. Basically, this guy is like, this guy took an endorsement from the judges and the gangster in the judges party. Get this man. And it's like, buddy, even if that were to be the case, you'd have to prove that. That's an allegation that you need to prove. And so far he's not proven that that's the case. 131. How many more of these do we have left? 131, 170. We've got 3 more. This one is the other four candidate race. Carlos Damayer, Administrative Law Judge, California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board. Qualified. Damayer began in law enforcement, working for a decade as a dispatcher, jailer, and police officer. He went to law school and for a quarter century represented police, and other public sector unions, handling employee rights cases at every level from administrative hearings to the U.S. Supreme Court, he said in an email. In 2013, The Times reported, a law firm in which he was named partner dissolved after 2 Costa Mesa City Council members sued one of his clients, the City Police Union, over legal and political tactics the politicians asserted were overly aggressive. Damayer recently said his team was the focus of anti-union attacks by political forces, and said that after multiple investigations, none of the firm's attorneys faced charges of disciplinary action. Wow! In 2022, Damayer became an administrative law judge. His campaign website states he has heard and issued decisions in more than 2,000 unemployment, disability, and tax appeal cases. Okay. This guy has, he's been around the block a couple times. Even had to deal with his firm closing down because some people sued him. Priorities are addressing case backlogs and making thoughtful, unbiased decisions. Win or lose, everyone needs to know they had a fair treatment by our courts, he said. He ran for Superior Court seats in Merced and San Bernardino counties in March 2024, losing both races, and also ran unsuccessfully in San Bernardino County in 2016. We have... It's a buildup of dust in here, that's why I'm sneezing. David Ross, Deputy Alternate Public Defender. Qualified.
Ross worked as a legislative aide for an Indiana Democrat in Congress and as a TV reporter and documentary producer before becoming a lawyer in 1994, according to his campaign website.
His legal career began in Riverside County, that's where Chad Bianco's coming from, where he served 5 years as a deputy public defender. In 2000, he became a Los Angeles County Deputy Alternate Public Defender in regional branches, including Long Beach and Compton. He has been in the Torrance office since 2018. Ross, according to his website, has represented more than 10,000 indigent defendants and completed more than 110 jury trials. Hold on, I need to know what the word indigent means. Is it what I think it is? Definition. Impoverished, lacking, or deficient. Oh, never mind. I thought it was crazy. Indigent just means poor. Okay. A priority would be ensuring people feel recognized in his courtroom, just like anyone else in a judge's courtroom. My goal is to hear everyone out, so that even if a party ultimately loses, they will walk out of court knowing the judge listened, he said in an email. They better. Last but not least, Troy W. Slatton, Administrative Law Judge, State Department of Industrial Relations. Qualified. After roles as a child actor on Cagney and Lacey and Parker Lewis Can't Lose, Slatton began a 2-decade law career in 2005. Oh, a child actor. Troy Slatton. No. Cagney and Lacey actor. Apparently, this is what the guy looks like. Troy Slatton. I don't recognize him at all, but he exists. He worked as a private criminal defense attorney and spent 11 years at an international law firm where he focused on criminal, civil, and administrative law and, for a time, managed the criminal defense division. He's regularly cited as a legal analyst on TV and in the Times. Troy W. Slatton. This guy has put his face out there somewhere. Slatton volunteered as temporary Superior Court judge from 2016 to 2020, and in 2021 became a full-time administrative law judge presiding over workers' compensation hearings. I have uncovered fraud and have helped when injured workers have been denied health care and other benefits, he said in an email. He has twice run for Superior Court, falling short in 2020 and 2022. He would prioritize fairness and efficiency, just like everyone else. I would work to ensure cases move forward in a timely and organized manner while preserving due process, he said. Outside the courtroom, Slatton announces and DJs UCLA men's and women's water polo games. Oh, he DJs. Well, okay then. A lawman and former child actor DJs for water polo games. Definitely looked like a water polo man. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the last one, because there are 4, not 3. Donna Treifman, LA County Deputy Public Defender, qualified. A Deputy Public Defender since 1998, Treifman has had assignments county-wide. From 2016 to 19, she supervised 25 attorneys and mentored new hires as deputy in charge of East Lake Juvenile Court. She's worked in collaborative drug court, coordinating with prosecutors, judges, and others to help individuals dealing with addiction. Her current assignment is the Major Crimes Unit, where she exclusively handles homicides with special circumstances. Treifman spent 5 years as president of the Public Defenders Association. According to her campaign website, she has proctored a high school program on civic duties and constitutional principles. She has served as a Superior Court judge pro tem, handling traffic and small claims cases. She received the peer-decided Gideon Award as Felony Attorney of the Year in 2025, her bio states. I would champion further access to justice by exploring and expanding digital access to the courts in underserved communities, she said.
Nothing much to say here. This is a lady that has experience and thus wants to try her hand at trying to judge. Good luck to her.
Now we are to the last couple of offices that have racist to them. Actual contests. 176. Gloria Marin, LA County Deputy District Attorney. Well qualified. Alrighty then. Marin spoke little English as a child when her family fled unrest in Nicaragua for the United States in 1980. As an adult attending law school at night, she helped survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault navigate the judicial system. Is she a citizen? I understand that she fled as a child, but is she a citizen? She passed the bar in 2002 and became a deputy district attorney 2 years later. She logged 6 years in the sex crimes division with a focus on domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse cases, and served as a training attorney and as deputy in charge of the Inglewood Juvenile Office. She's now the deputy in charge of the Asset Forfeiture Division. Marion aims to prioritize fair and equal treatment and better manage heavy caseloads, partly by reviewing and prioritizing older cases, getting rid of the backlog. Alright, that's cool. Efficient case management would enhance the public's trust in the judicial system, she said. We're all trying to enhance the public trust in the judicial system, aren't we? Every single judge, yes. Maureen volunteers at the East Los Angeles Women's Center, where she teaches advocates about the criminal justice system. I wonder what she teaches. Zach Smith, the other candidate on this for this Superior Court office. Zachary Smith, LA County Public Defender, qualified. The fourth of 10 biological and adopted children raised in a Washington, D.C. family. Smith began his career in 2001 representing abused and neglected children in New York City Family Court. Oh, this guy's a journeyman. He's been all over the country. He came west in 2003 and became a deputy public defender in courthouses throughout Los Angeles County. Smith has spent 18 years representing defendants accused of felonies ranging from drug possession to murder and is qualified to handle special circumstances cases. He has tried more than 120 jury and bench trials according to his campaign website. Smith said in an email he has worked with prosecutors to address the root causes of crime through treatment, protecting public safety by helping clients move away from unlawful behavior into rewarding lives. Does he turn him to God or something? I don't know. A priority would be providing more drug treatment options for jail detainees awaiting trial. Providing drug treatment for what are likely to be drug offenders. I wonder how he'll handle people who have been caught with drugs in their pocket. And other crimes of the like. Okay, Zachary Smith. Coming from an adopted family, works drug cases basically, and is like, gotta focus on the druggies, man. You gotta focus on the druggies, or you gotta focus on the people and trying to rehabilitate them. Okay, and we have the last of the Superior Courts, 181, which there are two. There are two? Yeah, there are two. And there's no incumbent here, never mind. Ryan Dibble, LA County Superior Court Commissioner, who is well qualified. Dibble. We're dribbling. Ryan Dribble. Dibble joined the district attorney's office in 2006 and over 19 years prosecuted crimes ranging from theft to murder. At this point, theft is the gateway or something. He also took assignments in divisions that focused on international drug trafficking, gang-related homicides, and police misconduct. Okay. Dibble failed in a 2022 run for Superior Court judge. Last year, he became a Superior Court commissioner. The position allows him to perform judicial and quasi-judicial functions, including adjudicating cases. He currently hears civil small claims and eviction cases in Long Beach. Okay. Dibble said he would apply what he learned as a commissioner to ensure a fair process. I recognize that while I cannot make everyone happy with the outcome of their case, I am responsible for the process being fair and providing due consideration to all parties. Outside the courtroom, he lectures as an adjunct in the law school at USC and volunteers in a mock trial program for middle and high school students. He was a founding board member of a nonprofit that provides mentoring and scholarships to graduates of a high school in South Los Angeles. Alrighty then. And last but not least, we have Thanayi Lindsay, Administrative Law Judge, State Office of Administrative Hearings, not qualified. The third person who has been rated not qualified, apparently. Lindsay became a lawyer in 1997 and practiced family law from 2000 to 2013. She followed that with 8 years in the LA County Superior Court as an attorney in its self-help centers for those without counsel. In 2021, she became an administrative law judge with the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board. According to her campaign website, 2 years later she moved to her current post, where she handles evidentiary hearings and mediation. Her priorities are ensuring equal access to justice and AIDS and HIV awareness. Since what AIDS and HIV awareness don't we already have at this point? Is my question. Lindsay openly acknowledges a 2011 reproval from the state bar, which referenced emotional, physical difficulties that were not the product of any illegal conduct. The decision noted Lindsay sought appropriate treatment. Reproval. Or removal, actually? Removal? Somebody made a mistake. I found a spelling mistake. Somebody removal. Reproval isn't a word, right? Oh, it is a word. Never mind. An act or expression of criticism or censure. Okay, so it actually means something. Okay, reproval is an actual word. you got off the hook this time, LA Times. Lindsay sent an email that the issue stemmed from stress caused by cash flow and payment issues. So she was broke at the time. And worked really hard and blamed the fact that she was broke on why she acted out. The state bar case was once a stumbling block, but today it is a stepping stone, she wrote. I've grown from this experience with grace, courage, and resiliency. I remind or encourage other lawyers to avoid my mistake using this experience to help others. Lindsay has served on the California Association of Black Lawyers Board, her bio states, and is a former member of the League of Women Voters. Thyone Lindsay. That is how you spell her name, right? I'm looking her up. Thanai. Okay. Thanai. Thyone Lindsay for judge. Candidate for Superior Court seeking election. Extensive legal experience. Okay. Let's see if I can't find something about her. Let's check Ballotpedia. Alrighty then. Let's see what Ballotpedia has to say. This lady. Black lady. So I have to make a So of the candidates, this lady is considered not qualified. She is considered not qualified on account of the fact that apparently in 2011 she acted out. She acted a fool in court somewhere, and the court and the state bar got her on that. She acted out, and the state bar was like, "Hey, whoa! We can't have you can't have a lady acting out like that." And she blamed it on the fact that she was dealing with financial troubles at the time. Couldn't exactly pay her bills, so she cried and whined, essentially, to the court saying,
I have to do this because if not, then I'm gonna go like homeless or something. Like, of all of the candidates that I've currently read so far, at least with these synopses, she's the only one with any sort of behavioral issues. And this lady is of the darker skin tone. That is not, that doesn't help the reputation. That doesn't help with the stereotype, unfortunately. So, it's really funny that this lady had the state bar say, hold on, this lady is out of control. And she blamed it on being poor at the time. This is... There's something to be said about, you know, the darker skinned people and acting out in any professional setting for whatever reason. Not to say that there's a stereotype or anything, but there is a pattern to be recognized about this. Since, again, I'm not saying, but I am saying. But I'm not saying. That was a quick synopsis of every single character, every single race, every single contestant in the races for being a judge
in California, at least. Frankly, it was as what I sort of expected. Now, the LA Times provides this information, these synopses, in a very short, concise manner. Nothing to really go into, no real deep dives to all of the candidates. Just whether or not they've been rated highly, have been rated qualified or unqualified, or well qualified, what have you. Suffice it to say, a lot of the people are so far cool. There are only 3 people who are not cool, and it's 2 people that... The only 2 people that were deemed not qualified are 2 people who have allegations against them for things that they said. And to that, I say that those are pretty sketch. Suspicious, as one might say, or sus. Because you're really trying to get at people for their words instead of their actions, really. And it doesn't look like their actions really produced anything that noteworthy, such that it required a not only removal, or not only a review, but removal of their capabilities. The 84-year-old has a kind of worse case only because he's 84 and super old and is probably in the decline of his years. That being said, at least the guy admits that he has a disease. Better than what we had experienced with Joe Biden, and how the entire media apparatus and his administration all came to his defense to say this guy is cognitively cognitively efficient and in the right mind space. When I remember distinctly watching Joe Biden go and fall asleep at an African country's conference. Old man Joe was sitting with world leaders and falling asleep on camera.
So the fact that this guy, this 84-year-old, at least from his office, somebody from his office spokesperson, admitted he was at least open enough to say to the press, to the media, that, hey, yeah, I do have a disease, but that doesn't stop me from being, like, cognitively here. That doesn't stop me from being able to make decisions and make judgments. That doesn't stop my ability to do all of that. I could still get up the stairs. Hilarious, by the way. And this guy, that was Robert Draper of Judge Office Number 2, who's being challenged by a gay Muslim man with a husband from Pakistan. Not to really like bash on sexualities and stuff, go him, his private life and stuff like that is why do you just say husband? Why don't they ever just say husband? If you're gay, just say it. It had to take a different article, not even on his own campaign website, to say that he was, you know, a husband. He has a husband. But so far, the allegations in both Draper's case and Pat Connolly's case are for the fact that people just misinterpreted their words or something. They spoke mean things to him, mean things to certain people, and people didn't like that, so they've got to go. Draper's got to go. He's too old. He can't get. He can at least get up the stairs, but he said some things that hurt some people, hurt some people's feelings, and so we can't have that. Oh no, he talked about black people. That's automatically off limits. He's got to go. Pat Connolly, I told the guy that was being acquitted, hey, stay out of trouble. Suddenly that blew up to, oh, he's talking about how this guy was definitely guilty and he should not have ever left the sentencing house and the jail house. He should have remained behind bars. Stupid stuff, man. And being accused that the people that were backing him, other fellow judges, his opponent Thompson was accusing him that Connolly was being backed by the judge gang, the judges mafia. I don't know how viable those claims are, but they do seem dubious. And just straight up lies at worst. I think the thing to take away from having this brief look at the judges, and I guess I have some at least I have the people from from Office 65. There are, these are the interviews. These are interviews. And we're going to look at, like, the 4 interviews from Superior Court Office 65 to see what these guys are about in a little more detail. This is... Alright, so let's put them on. This is on Los Angeles Daily News. Samuel Wallach Krause, LA Judge Office Number 65 in the primary election questionnaire. Ugh. This guy looks kind of. Alrighty then.
55. He's not an incumbent. He's a partner at the Hall Benefits Law. What do you consider to be your judicial philosophy? Please answer in 2,200 words or less. Judicial philosophy is grounded in 3 core principles: fairness, fidelity to the law, and respect for every person who comes before the court. A judge's role is not to favor one side, but to listen carefully, evaluate the facts, and apply the law thoughtfully and consistently. Every litigant deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of background or circumstance. Through my past service as a temporary judge volunteer in courthouses from Compton to Lancaster, I have seen how much public trust depends on judges who are prepared, even-handed, and respectful. I believe the court's responsibility extends beyond reaching the correct legal outcome. It also requires ensuring that the process itself is fair, accessible, and understandable. With nearly 30 years of legal experience, I would work to promote confidence in our courts by applying the law accurately and impartially, while remaining mindful that each case involves real people whose lives are affected by the decisions made from the bench. We got more chatbot hyphens. My personal and professional experiences have reinforced the importance of perspective, humility, and careful judgment. As a temporary law judge volunteer, served in neutral capacity, deciding cases based on the law and facts rather than advocating for either side. The experience that has required me to listen closely, remain patient, and approach each matter without preconceived bias. In addition, my experience following a spinal cord injury in 2023 has given me a deeper understanding of the barriers many people face in navigating everyday systems, including the courts. It has strengthened my awareness of accessibility, inclusion, and the need to ensure that all individuals are fully seen and heard. Wait a second. How does having a spinal cord injury open your eyes up to people with open your eyes up to accessibility and the need for accessibility and inclusion? Is it the fact that they're not, the courthouses don't have handicap spots or something, or handicap facilities? I'm not sure. How would you approach situations where you have judicial discretion within the law? When judicial discretion is required, I would approach it with discipline, restraint, and a clear focus on the purposes of the law. Discretion is not a license for personal preference. It is a responsibility to apply legal standards thoughtfully to the specific facts of each case. I would carefully consider the relevant statutes, case law, and guiding principles, while also considering fairness, proportionality, and the broader context of the situation. My goal would be to reach decisions that are consistent, well-reasoned, and grounded in the law, while recognizing that no two cases are identical. My experience as a judge pro tempore has reinforced the importance of approaching each decision independently without bias or assumption, and of explaining rulings clearly so that the parties understand how and why a decision was reached. Thoughtful use of discretion strengthens confidence in the judicial system. It should never undermine it. Pretty straightforward. Personal beliefs against the law should they conflict. Judges' duties to uphold the law, even when it may conflict with personal beliefs. Personal views have no place in judicial decision-making. The legitimacy of the courts depends on judges who can set aside their own opinions and apply the law faithfully and impartially. Yes, that is what being a judge is supposed to do. No matter how you may feel about it, whatever comes onto your desk, you judge by the law. You hear the case out, but you judge by the law. Situation arose when my personal beliefs were in tension with the law. I would follow the law as written and interpreted by binding precedent. That is essential to ensuring consistency, fairness, and equal treatment under the law. Exactly. My role would not to be impose my own personal beliefs, but to ensure that the legal framework established by the legislature and higher courts is applied correctly. By maintaining that discipline, a judge protects both the integrity of the judicial system and the public's trust in it. How much? Oh, that's it. Okay. As an existing member of the legal community, how would you handle potential claims of misconduct against local attorneys, law firms, or law enforcement organizations? Allegations of misconduct involving attorneys, law firms, or law enforcement must be handled with seriousness, fairness, and strict adherence to established procedures. No individual or institution is above the law, and accountability is essential to maintaining public confidence in the justice system. I would ensure that any such claims are evaluated impartially, based on the evidence and in accordance with the applicable legal and ethical standards. This includes safeguarding due process for all involved, avoiding assumptions, and ensuring that decisions are based solely on the facts and the law. My experience in a neutral judicial role has reinforced the importance of independence and integrity. A judge must be willing to address misconduct when it is supported by the record, while also protecting against unfounded claims. The goal is not to only reach the correct outcome, but to preserve trust in the fairness and credibility of the legal system, integrity of the judicial system, and the public's trust in it. And last but not least, what is your philosophy on judicial activism and a judge's potential role in shaping or setting public policy? Ooh, this is a very poignant question, especially with all the judicial activism we've been seeing in recent years. Very poignant. I like that. I do not believe, I hope that I get to see that in other questions about judge candidates. Kind of need that, especially if we want to rein in all of the repeat offenders that keep going back onto the streets. You can remind people of that. I do not believe that judges should act as policymakers. Good. The role of a judge is to interpret and apply the law, not create it. Public policy decisions are properly made by elected representatives and the legislative process. Judicial activism, where a judge substitutes personal views for the law, undermines the predictability and fairness that our legal system depends on. Good. My approach would be one of judicial restraint, applying statutes and precedent as they are written while respecting the distinct roles of each branch of government. That said, judges do play an important role, in ensuring that laws are applied fairly and consistently, and in safeguarding constitutional rights. By adhering to the law and providing clear, reasoned decisions, a judge can contribute to a stable and trustworthy legal system without overstepping into the realm of policymaking.
This last question is very poignant, especially with the fact that given the amount of judges that we currently have that don't allow for the justice system to actually play out the way it's supposed to, the way it's intended. You have police officers, you have the Department of Justice, you have lawyers and attorneys that go out and actually find cases where people have committed crimes, murder, fraud, larceny, robbery, theft, etc., and actually get the people involved. They get the criminals, they catch them, they detain them, and they put them on trial. They even get convictions. And yet, when it comes time to land the sentencing on them, when it comes time to actually put them away from the public, the judge who is there, for whatever reason, says, no, let's not do that. Let's find a different decision. Let's find a different way out of this. Let them go, but put them on some program that remains ineffective, and they go on to reoffend, and then they get caught again. I'm glad this guy is saying that, because we need more judges that actually
follow the law such that people who offend do not reoffend or are minimized to reoffending a second time, let alone a third or fourth time. Because we can't have multiple people who have committed crimes, horrible crimes, to continue to get out and go back among the populace. We gotta stop that. And it stops with addressing the judges' situation and the fact that a lot of these activist judges, there are plenty of activist judges, especially in a lot of blue states, that seem to adopt the soft on crime attitude, or the damn the statistics attitude for certain demographics. If they're caught, let them be caught and make an example of the people that seemingly do not. Make an example of the people that don't understand that there are consequences to their actions. Next person. Next one. Chile Jimenez, LA Judge Office. Oh, pretty. She's pretty. She's 50. She's an attorney. Yeah. Your judicial philosophy. Practiced law for 23 years. Thousands of clients trusted me to represent them in workers' compensation, bankruptcy, personal injury, and complex family law cases, including cases with domestic violence and child custody. Over the last 2 decades, I have managed my own law firm where I handled hundreds of cases start to finish and litigated nearly 1,000 matters to decision. I understand the cost it takes on clients and their families when cases drag on. Time in court means time away from jobs, children, mental stress, and instability. My judicial philosophy is judges must move cases forward efficiently and must relate to the people they are called to serve. Having represented thousands of people from middle, upper, and working class backgrounds, business owners, technology professionals, stay-at-home parents, parties, domestic partnerships, retired individuals, newly married to people in marriages of more than 10 years, members of the LGBTQ communities, military families, young and elderly. I have represented a diverse group of people. I bring blend of years of experience managing full-time firm while supervising staff and handling clients, along with my ability to relate to the people I will serve based on representing a diverse clientele.
Okay. Personal experience, legal or otherwise, inform your decisions as a judge. Judges are called to apply the law and binding precedent to the facts before them and not use their personal experiences in reaching their decisions. Just like the other guy said. I would, however,
have the ability to draw upon both my general personal and professional experiences in recognizing the issues before me. I have had the privilege of sitting as a judge pro temp, and I work as a litigator. I'm extremely active in the Los Angeles community through volunteerism, including youth mentorship at career workshop events, sitting on the board of a nonprofit advocating to provide food to unhoused people, homeless, and scholarships to high school seniors. Oh, unhoused. Right. That term that describes both people who live in apartments and people who are homeless. Those are quote unquote unhoused. Like people who live on the streets and people who live in apartments or condos even are considered unhoused when people use the term unhoused. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that unhoused is an umbrella term of people who live on the streets in tents and people who don't, basically just anyone that doesn't own a home. Anyone that doesn't own a 2-bedroom house is considered unhoused, which inflates numbers massively. Based on my broad personal and professional experiences, I would be able to make fair and equitable, oh God, decisions by applying the law to the facts that are presented. Equitable. I don't like this word. I don't like this word used in judging, because equitable shouldn't matter, because the law is the law. There's no need to be equitable if the person in the defendant's seat committed a crime. You listen to the cases from both parties to determine whether the crime is consistent. But if it's still a crime, there's no reason to have any equitable decisions be made on behalf of the defendant if it turns out that the person that committed the crime and it was proven that they committed the crime. Like, what's equitable? What is equitable about that? Discretion. Okay. Approach situations where you have judicial discretion within the law. I would approach situations where I have judicial discretion within the law on a case-by-case basis. For example, when there are circumstances where judges have the discretion to suspend a driver's license because a driver was driving recklessly. I would need to balance the safety of the community against the person's privilege to drive. What? More serious situations, of course, require balancing more serious outcomes, again on a case-by-case basis. I would need to balance the safety of the community against the person's privilege to drive. What balance do you need to find? The person was driving recklessly. To suspend a driver's license because a driver was driving recklessly, I would need to balance the safety of the community against the person's privilege to drive. The person was driving recklessly. You suspend their driver's license. For a time, they're not allowed to drive. And if they break that, they're committing a crime. What is to balance on that? What is to balance behind that? Like, as you just said, it's a person's privilege to drive. It's a privilege. Having a driver's license is a privilege. It's not a right. It's not something that you're owed or entitled to. It's privilege to drive on the streets. If you're driving recklessly, you have that privilege taken away. It's pretty cut and dry. There's no balance to that, unless you have an agenda that you're thinking of behind that. How would you weigh your own personal beliefs against the law should they conflict? When I took the oath, both as an attorney and a pro tem judge, to support and defend California and the U.S. Constitutions, and to be truthful and loyal, I was reminded of the principles of our justice system and the importance of leaving personal beliefs outside the courtroom, as this is fundamental to our judicial system. This question is presented in many aspects, from reproductive health to vaccinations. We are required as judges not to bring our personal beliefs, but to apply the law, and I would rule based on the law and not my personal beliefs when and if they would ever conflict. Okay, fine. Legal community, how would you handle potential claims of misconduct against local attorneys, yada yada. Each agency has proper means to handle claims of potential misconduct among professionals such as the State Bar of California, Internal Affairs. As members of these committees, there are rules we are called to follow that include reporting of misconduct. However, potential claims of misconduct can be handled by calling the complaint hotline and seeking advice about what should be done. As a judge, I would speak to my presiding judge for guidance, along with following the rules as well. This is strange. The way you would handle it is, I'll follow the rules unless I can defer it to a hotline instead, in which case I wouldn't need to really deal with that myself.
That's really funny. It's funny because that's basically a, yeah, if I'm faced with needing to deal with any misconduct cases, I'll take care of it. But otherwise, there's a hotline for that. Don't call me.
I got bigger fish to fry. Don't call me about that. But if I have to, then I'll take care of it, sure. Philosophy on judicial activism. Okay, because I am seeking a judicial position which does not involve drafting legislation, I approach policy matters with respect for the separation of powers. However, goodness me, this is 3 howevers in 3 answers. However, if elected as a judicial officer, I would support policies that strengthen the effective and fair administration of justice. This is done by education on such issues, and I would be supportive of educating myself and the public regarding such issues. I would not be the one to write up the laws that provide. I would not be the one to actually write up the laws for which I would be adjudicating. But if there is ever an opportunity where I can educate someone on the law, I will do that. If there's ever an opportunity where I am able to give a lecture or a lesson on whatever law that we're going through to someone that may not know, or to someone that is probably saying it wrong in my eyes, I will take that opportunity to say that to them. Oh boy.
I approach policy matters with respect for the separation of powers, unless I can tell them about how the powers actually work, in which case I will just give a lecture instead.
I will give a lecture when applicable. There's something wrong with that. I just feel it. This lady had 3 howevers. She said, oh yeah, I'll definitely do the thing unless I can do something else. I don't know. That sounds like someone that has a different way of dealing with the law once they get into that judge's position. I would watch out for this lady. I would watch out for her. Whether or not she's actually going to do the job. Next one. Anna Slotky Reitano of number 65. She's 44, pretty young. Okay, what does she have to say on her judicial philosophy? It's grounded in fairness, respect for the rule of law, and an unwavering commitment to treating every person who enters the courtroom with dignity. And as I was a trial lawyer at the Public Defender's Office for over a decade, and I am now Deputy County Counsel in the Justice and Safety Division. This experience has given me a broad and balanced perspective on the justice system in Los Angeles County and the real-world impact of judicial decisions. As a public defender, I represented individuals at their most vulnerable and saw firsthand the importance of due process, careful listening, and ensuring every voice is heard. In my current role as a Deputy County Counsel, advising county departments and supervising civil matters, I work to advance solutions that promote public safety, fairness, and community well-being. These experiences inform my approach to judging, thoughtful, even-handed, and grounded in legal principle. Since I have been working for the county for years already, I have also have a practical understanding of what Los Angeles County has and needs. A judge must be impartial, prepared, and patient. I have seen this particular line at least a couple of times now. I will apply the law consistently and without bias while ensuring that all parties feel respected and understood. My goal is to foster trust in the courtroom by making decisions that are fair, transparent, and firmly rooted in the law. Consistently and without bias. I've now seen those words, at least those words assembled in that manner at least a couple of times now. Which does not dispute or beat the ChatGPT allegations for all of these candidates, unfortunately. Personal experiences shape how I would serve as a judge with empathy, perspective, and discipline. As a mother of 3 boys, I understand the importance of patience, listening, and making thoughtful decisions that affect families and futures. That perspective reminds me that people who come before the court are not just cases, but individuals whose lives may be deeply impacted. Yeah. Depending on what the case is, it might actually deeply impact them. Especially if it's murder, then yeah, they're gonna be deeply impacted. Since handling my first hearing as an extern at legal services 20 years ago, I have worked across multiple areas of the law, including criminal, civil, and administrative matters, and have represented people on different sides of the courtroom with very different goals. This breadth of experience makes me a unique candidate and allows me to see legal issues from more than one angle. It has required me to weigh competing interests, assess credibility, and apply the law fairly rather than through any single lens. Because of that well-rounded background, I am able to approach cases with less bias and a more balanced perspective. As a judge, I will treat all parties with dignity, remain impartial, and apply the law truthfully, making decisions that are fair, thoughtful, and grounded in humanity, legal principle, and real-world understanding. She's got them street smarts, you guys. She's got them street smarts. Judicial discretion within the law. And I think from going forward, no, I gotta go through the whole thing because it's only 5 questions and I read fairly quickly. So anyway, when exercising judicial discretion, I would generally begin with the law as guiding framework. Guiding framework, huh? Including statutes, case law, and any applicable rules. Discretion is not personal preference. It is a duty to apply the law thoughtfully and to specific facts of each case. But it can be. I would carefully consider the individual circumstances, the interests of justice, and the real-world impact of the decision. Huh. While ensuring consistency with controlling case law and fairness. That doesn't sound like you're going to go based off the law, but more so based off of what the people call for. This does not bode well for someone who's expecting a murderer to go to jail. The individual circumstances of said murder could be that the person only killed the guy because he needed to eat, and if he didn't, he needed to eat. He would not be able to eat that day. And if that's what makes you let the murderer go because you feel bad for the guy and his individual circumstances, I don't want you making judgment calls in the bench. I don't want you there. If you're going to look at somebody's individual circumstances and determine that this person that robbed an entire grocery store and took all of the jewelry to only resell it on the black market or something, only did it because if he didn't, he would have been homeless. We kind of have a disconnect of what it means to be a judge. And I don't want you on there. So individual circumstances, my ass, basically. The interests of justice and the real world impact of the decision. You robbed a bank. That's pretty real world impactful. While ensuring consistency with controlling case law and fairness. My experience working in different areas of the legal system has taught me the importance of evaluating competing perspectives and avoiding assumptions or bias. I would also ensure that the involved parties feel heard and that the reasoning behind my decision is clear and transparent. That promotes trust in the process, even if the outcome is difficult for one person or another. Difficult, huh? The individual circumstance of a robber is that they would have gone without food had they not robbed that place. Or something. Ultimately, my goal in exercising discretion would be to reach decisions that are principled, even-handed, and grounded in both the law and a careful understanding of the facts presented. See, a careful understanding of the facts presented would be cool if also the end of this paragraph does not have a period. Careful understanding of the facts presented would be okay on its face if I didn't see the words individual circumstances. Because individual circumstances is a term that I think has been tainted by recent history and judges letting multi-crime criminals back onto the streets. Because what individual circumstances could there have been to releasing somebody that has killed 5 people? Oh, their family was really sad that they got put behind bars. Claims of misconduct against local attorneys. As a judge, I would approach any claim of misconduct with fairness, independence, and a firm commitment to the rule of law. That's a little more heavy-handed than people on the street that may have committed like crimes and stuff. Allegations should always be taken seriously and evaluated carefully based on the evidence and governing legal standards, not assumptions or relationships within the legal community. Having higher expectations for the people who are making judgments, makes sense. But compared to the consider individual circumstances, you didn't say that here, at least in this first one. Throughout my career, I've demonstrated a willingness to address misconduct directly. As a trial attorney, I filed motions under the Racial Justice Act when appropriate and consistently challenged unfair practices. I also worked to identify and address patterns of bias in law enforcement practices. Oh, she is definitely an activist. Like, it wasn't crystal clear with the filed motions under the Racial Justice Act, challenged unfair practices, worked to identify and address patterns of bias. Big word there. In law enforcement practices with attorneys at different courthouses that had similarly affected clients. This reflects my commitment to ensuring the legal system operates with integrity and also that I recognize inherent systemic issues. Ah, yes, we have a big activist trying to run for judge. Ana Slatki Reitano. We have an awful judge, as it were. If such claims rose before me, I would ensure a thorough and impartial review. Oh, impartial, all right. Impartial. Allow all parties to be heard and make findings grounded in the law and the facts if necessary. Whether or not I will make a judgment on those facts is up for debate. Where appropriate, I would make corrective action or refer matters to the proper disciplinary authorities. Make corrective action or refer to matters to the proper disciplinary authorities. This is someone. Maintaining public trust requires judges to confront misconduct, and I would do so with fairness, transparency, and accountability. This one right here tells me that this lady has an agenda with the legal system and the justice system. Because she's more firm with her language in this answer than in this one, involving carefully considering individual circumstances and interests of justice and the real-world impact of the decision. Because if you go against misconduct in the legal system, that is also real world conduct, as well as there being individual circumstances in those places as well. Yet, she doesn't make any mention of any sort of individual circumstances in the misconduct in this compared to your lowly criminal. She essentially would go harder on the people trying to uphold the rule of law, including herself, than the people who would be breaking the law out in the world. Judicial activism, which is gonna be an interesting answer to what she says about judicial activism. My judicial philosophy is grounded in the rule of law and the proper role of the judiciary. A judge's responsibility is not to create policy or advance personal views, but to interpret and apply the law as written, guided by statutes, precedent, legislative intent, and constitutional principles. Alright? She said the thing. She said the thing that has absolved her of any sort of activist talk in the first paragraph. She said the thing. No, I will not personally be an activist on the judge's bench. What does she say afterward? Because she doesn't stop there. At the same time, applying the law faithfully does not require ignoring the human realities of the people who come before the court. And there it is. The humanity of the people that come before the court. The humanity. Oh no, this person that committed 5 robberies is still a human and deserves human dignity, even though he committed theft and essentially contributed to the closing of a business in this area, because now they don't have the wares in which to do business and had to close, losing jobs for the entire area. But the humanity of this larcenist, the humanity of this arsonist. At the same time, applying the law faithfully does not require ignoring the human realities of the people who come before the court. While this statement by itself is a valid statement, there are some crimes that no matter how much the human reality may be, they may have been the poorest person that you have ever come across. Literally $0, 0 assets, 0 properties. If they went and killed somebody, took their money, and then got food with said money, the human reality is this is a person who was begging for food, but they killed someone. And yeah, I keep mentioning murder and stuff, but because it's one of the easiest cases it's one of the easiest cases and easiest arguments to debunk something like this. Because the human reality of the person that killed is that they were in a desperate place. The desperation. It's the thing that because of desperation, they were led to do this instead. They were led to break the law because they were desperate. Desperation has no bearing on the fact that they fucking they capped someone in the head and then took their resources for themselves. It's against the law. No amount of individual circumstances or human realities stop the fact that they took a life. Throughout my career, I have focused on seeing, and it angers me, it upsets me that would even be a consideration given the fact that you can't have those kinds of sensibilities with people who commit those crimes, for people who commit those crimes, because you could look at the human reality of they are in need. They still committed a crime. They could have been in need and taken the correct route and gone to a food bank or a church. There are plenty of ways and options to do that. But no, they decided to commit a crime instead, despite their human reality of being in need. Something even as small as, theft of they took gummy worms from a store. That's still a crime. They don't have to do that. What is the point of all of these food banks and welfare programs if they're just going to commit a crime and stealing, robbery, theft anyway? Human realities be damned. At that point, they had a choice. Anyway. And they had a choice, and they chose to severely inconvenience. They chose to inconvenience someone else by breaking the law. Exercising discretion in a thoughtful, fair, and respectful way while remaining within the bounds of the law is not judicial activism. It is, in my view, part of the judicial role. Judges inevitably make decisions that have real-world impacts, but shaping public policy is the role of the legislative and executive branches at the will of the voters. The judiciary's role is to ensure that the laws are applied consistently, fairly, and constitutionally. As a judge, I would remain firmly within that role by applying the law impartially, using discretion appropriately, and ensuring that every person is treated with dignity. That approach promotes both fairness and public trust without crossing into activism. Using discretion appropriately and ensuring that every person is treated with dignity. You can apply the law impartially. And be appropriate in your discretion of applying the law. So yeah, that's kind of a nothing. This is kind of a nothing sentence, because as a judge you need to do that. But if you're going to be considering people's individual circumstances, that discretion, that impartiality, not the discretion, but the impartiality of your statement comes into question, because if the individual circumstances make it so that you would let somebody that has stolen from 5 stores only to feed her child or his child as acceptable, you're not really being impartial, because they still committed a crime, yet you are letting them off the hook. That's not really teaching them to not commit crime. That's just teaching them and teaching other people that you can be poor enough, and if they get a judge like you, like Anna Reitano here, they could basically take a sigh of relief in knowing that if you have a great enough sob story, you could potentially sidestep the law because your individual circumstances made you that way. It's not your fault that you had to turn to crime. It's the systemic issues at play that made you who you are today. It's not your fault. You didn't choose this life. The system pushed you down that road. I don't like this one. I don't like this one, especially with the implications of individual circumstances and real world impacts. Yeah, real world impacts. You're taking a criminal off the streets. That's a real world impact. Duh. just as it's much of an impact if you put them back onto the street and then they reoffend. I make that a case. I make that as a distinction and an emphasis because we're dealing so much with judges who let people go who then go on to reoffend. So having a say of who gets to make sure that someone who committed a crime either goes to jail and stays in jail, that's the most important thing, that stays in jail, versus letting them go because their individual circumstances led them to commit this crime and they're not really responsible for that. It's the system that's bad, the big boogeyman of the system. Don't vote in for judges like this, at least, you know, as a suggestion to anybody that comes across this. The last guy, Justin Allen Clayton, 41, the youngest here, and he's from Inglewood. Judicial philosophy is grounded in fairness, preparation, and respect for the rule of law. Every person who enters the courtroom deserves to be heard, treated with dignity, and judged based on the facts and the law. I believe a judge must remain impartial while also being aware of the real-world impact, there's that word again, of decisions on individuals, families, and the community. Real-world impact. The other person said real-world impact too. I value thorough preparation and careful analysis. An efficient courtroom is one where proceedings are timely, attorneys are prepared, and rulings are clear and well-reasoned. Thorough preparation and careful analysis. Prepared and rulings are clear and well-reasoned. I am committed to applying the law consistently while exercising discretion thoughtfully and transparently. My experience has shown me that accountability and compassion are not mutually exclusive. The justice system works best when it promotes both public safety and fairness. As a judge, I would strive to ensure that outcomes are just, the process is accessible, and every litigant leaves knowing they were given a fair opportunity to be heard. I have heard and now seen this exact phrase a bunch of times now. This is becoming very common. Every litigant leaves knowing they were given a fair opportunity to be heard. I'm pretty sure that all these people have used ChatGPT rather than writing their own statements. Personal experience. Personal experiences give me a real-world understanding of the people in the system that come before the court. I've seen that already. After years of representing clients across a wide range of cases, I understand how decisions made in the courtroom affect parties, their families, and communities. Prior experiences caused me to evaluate cases with legal understanding and a real-world perspective. I've worked closely with clients from diverse backgrounds, collaborated with law enforcement, and engaged with community organizations. This is giving me insight into economic, educational, and personal challenges people face and how those challenges may appear in cases before me. I think one of the things I might do and should do is run these paragraphs through AI and see if they are AI generated, because I'm getting the real strange suspicion that they are. Real strong hunch. My role as a judge would be guided by law, not personal opinion. While my experiences do not replace the law, they strengthen my ability to apply it fairly. Prior experience will help me manage a courtroom efficiently, assess credibility, and ensure that every person is treated with dignity and respect while maintaining accountability and upholding justice. Judicial discretion within the law. The law decides the limits of judicial discretion. I would approach situations where I have judicial discretion by acknowledging the limits set by law. I would carefully evaluate the specific facts of each case, the credibility of the evidence and the arguments presented. I would also consider the purpose behind the law, including promoting fairness. Promoting fairness, accountability, and public safety. That has nothing to do with considering the purpose behind the law. You would consider the purpose behind the law, as in like the law's intent or spiritual intent. That has nothing to do with fairness. Listening to the cases out loud is promoting fairness. Listening to each side is maintaining accountability and public safety. I'm sorry, I would weigh mitigating and aggravating factors to reach a balanced outcome. Similarly situated individuals should be treated similarly. Similarly situated individuals should be treated similarly. I would aim to make decisions that are consistent and predictable while recognizing the unique circumstances of each case. This sounds backwards, but maybe that's just me misinterpreting. Similarly situated individuals should be treated similarly while recognizing unique circumstances of each case. Okay. Personal beliefs against the law, should they conflict? The law controls whether there is a conflict with my personal beliefs and the law. What? The law controls whether there is a conflict with my personal beliefs and the law. It's my responsibility as a judge to set aside any personal opinions and focus on the legal issues. Parties in a case should have confidence that the outcomes are based on the law and not my personal beliefs. True. Handle potential claims of misconduct. I would handle all claims of misconduct from a neutral position. Cool. I would ensure all parties are given a full and fair opportunity to be heard. I would evaluate credibility and reliability carefully without bias. Allegations are not proof. Good. Misconduct. If misconduct is present, I would follow the appropriate procedures, which may include alerting disciplinary authorities and taking corrective actions permitted by the law. See, this makes sense, especially with the context of allegations are not proof. The other lady, Raytano, said practically the same thing. If misconduct is present, I would follow the appropriate procedures, which may include alerting disciplinary authorities and taking corrective actions permitted by the law. If I remember correctly, yeah. When appropriate, I would take. The other lady said, where appropriate, I would take corrective action or refer to matters to the proper disciplinary authorities. They basically, maintaining public trust requires judges to confront misconduct, and I would do so with fairness, transparency, and accountability. These two have essentially said the same thing. They would alert disciplinary authority, the correct and proper disciplinary authorities, while taking and follow appropriate procedures. But the lady was just gung-ho on, I must hold law enforcement accountable, judges accountable, whenever there is misconduct every single time. She was gonna go really hard in the paint. Well, she has the previous context of, I will take every case individually with people in their individual circumstances, etc. She said that for people outside of the legal system, outside of the judicial system. But she did not say that with the judicial system especially, and sounded in her answer to the question that she would go harder against law enforcement and the judiciary than she would against the people being tried by that law enforcement and judiciary. Which does not bode well for the impartiality and leaving the political activism at the door. This guy at least said the same thing he did back here as he does down here. And the big thing, allegations are not proof. You can bring allegations, but so long as you can prove that those allegations have weight to it, I won't consider them to be proof. I won't consider them to be real until there's a hearing involved. Which is how it should go. But that other lady did not say that. I don't expect people to really understand that that's the case, which is a shame, really. Judicial activism. Definitions for judicial activism vary. Why should they? I do not agree with judicial activism as a way to strike down laws and create new precedent. However, I do believe the court can shape policy to the extent the law allows, which is what happens with the Supreme Court. For example, to the extent the law allows, I support rehabilitation over incarceration. I support family unification over separation. Whoa, 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 whoa. You've docked points with saying that. You've docked points because would you allow a family that has a drunken father to stay unified? Would you allow a drunken father to stay with his family that abuses his family to stay together, even though it's clear and the evidence presents itself that they should be separate? And more poignantly, you have an illegal immigrant in the family. You have an illegal immigrant in the family. Does only the illegal family member go? Or do they all go? All together? Those are the two ways that sort of support family unification over separation can go. I support family unification, which means if the child is legal, but the parents are not, they can all go. That's how that can work. And that is the judge of 60, and that's the judge 65. Those are the four candidates for the 65 for the number 65 office. I'm sure that I would say that this was a good insight. I didn't go over every single, well, I did go over every single race as a synopsis for every single race, but I think this is a good insight to the various judges races in California, especially because that's my state. But the problem being that what we see with judges today is something that needs to be considered when you go to vote in whatever elections that you have. I doubt that this stream of me going over the various judges and judge candidates and stuff like that will ever go to the people that need to see something like this. But if it does, if this somehow gets out into the world, I want people to really, really pay attention to their judge races. Because I just looked at one of the judges races, one of the contested judges races, and had found a political activist hiding among them. Someone who is going to consider somebody's individual circumstances, someone who says they will judge based on the law. However, at the same time, if it comes out that the person who is being judged has some prevailing circumstances that is the result of some systemic issue that may turn her decision a bit. And that right there, the fact that she will take systemic issues into account as part of her decision making alongside the law, that right there is what releases criminals back onto the streets. So to anyone that happens upon this stream, I want you to pay attention to your judges' races too. As boring as it is to think about, oh, these judges that I'm never going to see, that I'm never going to come across, because who am I to be breaking the law to ever see these people in action? No. You got to look at your judges' races. If they are on the ballot, you've got judges, of superior courts that are on the ballot. Look at them, especially the ones in contention, because you're going to find some sneaky fuckers in there. Just in this stream, I came across people that come from Pakistan that are going to come in and judge cases, trying to judge cases over an 84-year-old that supposedly said the wrong thing, that supposedly is being ousted because he's too old. That may have some merit. You might be way older, but if the only thing they have on the guy is that he's too old and we need some younger blood for the sake of having younger blood, but the only real qualifications that the younger blood has is that he worked with the mentally ill, but the guy being accused of some allegations admits that he has an issue, but is still capable of doing his job. I think I would take the guy that admits to some faults and is still capable of doing the job versus essentially a foreigner. Watch your judges' races, people, because you might be the difference maker of making sure that someone who should not be judging, you could be the one to prevent someone that would judge a defendant with 5 murders to let them free or on bail or on parole. We're coming to the end of the stream right now, because it's been 4 hours of me talking, and damn, that's a long time. But I want to make sure and probably look at some other judge races too. But from the synopsis, and especially the deep dive to at least one of the races, to 2 or 3 of the races, you come to find out that you got there's some sneaky people within these races that you need to, especially if you have any degree of making sure that the justice system has any sort of integrity, you must pay attention to these races, as well as your primaries for your legislature, for your governors, for your senators, for your representatives. Pay attention to the hidden judges races as well, because those people, the people who are running for judges, are the ones that will either let a thief go, or they will put them behind bars like they should. So, I appreciate anyone and everyone that came through here, anyone that comes upon this video, this VOD. Please leave your comments, please leave your thoughts and whatnot, and please get involved with your local elections. And every single branch of government must be under scrutiny. Every single person that runs for any one of these branches, the legislative, the executive, the judiciary, especially the judiciary, Make sure that you are involved in every single one. We have three branches of government, not two. Do not forget your judges. Do not forget the judiciary, because those are the ones that keep your that help to keep your streets safe. It's not just law enforcement. Law enforcement is part of the executive. Those are the ones that will enforce the law. Those are the ones that will execute the law as written. However, the judges are also there to make sure that they interpret the laws as written. Some of these people that we went over in this stream have aims to not just interpret the law as written, but to finagle it based on their own personal discretion of the law, own personal interpretation of the law, such that they will make judgments and make sentences that maybe won't see the person being adjudicated as all that bad, but the person adjudicated committed theft and broke property. They were caught committing a crime, but they were let go because their individual circumstances made it so that the system pushed them that way. That's bullshit. Bullshit. You don't want to elect a judge that will do that to your city, to your streets, to your country. Pay attention to your judges' races. And happy voting. Anyway, I appreciate anyone and everyone that came through this. If you enjoyed hearing what you were saying, do the things of liking, subscribing, and stuff like that. And I will see you guys in the next video or stream. You have a great one, you guys. Have a great one.